Good morning. What's going on? How are we doing? Let's see if we can update this. Update this. Go over to this. Make sure everything's working right. Pop out that chat. Oh my goodness, where am I going? I'm all over the place today. All over the place. All right. Dun, 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 dun. All right, let's see what we can do here. Yo, yo, what's going on, Vor? How are you, bud? All right, I am trying to get everything updated and ready to go for the day. We got a couple of new videos over on the YouTube side of things. I'm actually getting a third video uploaded here shortly. Hopefully we can get things working. I'm also trying to go over here and I want to get some more of that gold vein, gold divine, whatever it's called. Da, 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 da. We finished getting this last video out here. Forgot to actually upload it. So I want to make sure I get that for everyone's consumption. Trying to get as much information out as I can for everyone, and good information. That's the biggest thing. I want it to be good information, you know? Like, I'm tired of misinformation going out there. So much misinformation. Feels awful. Alright, we're gonna do that. I can close this. I can close this. In the States at the moment, so away from your PC, missing Monsters and Memories. Oh no! Oh no! Well, hopefully you can get back to it soon. I know what it's like to be away from your loved ones. And Monsters and Memories is currently all of our loved ones, right? Make sure that we don't miss out on that. I keep randomly get this "you are encumbered" thing. Is anybody else getting that? Like I'm just running along, I'm not encumbered, but then it randomly says "you are encumbered." And I'm not sure why. Like my screen, my whole everything will just like lock up for a second, like I'm encumbered and I'm slow. It's very weird. Very, very weird. Like the game's trying to load or something. Let me get into Discord too here. Let's close this. We close this for now. Open up Discord. Close that. All right. We're getting prepared for the day. Things are happening. We'll get there. One of these days. One of these days. We're going to go get some Gold Divine. God Divine, whatever it's called. Get some of that while we wait for Isar to get on. I did get a new weapon. We got this. Let's go ahead and make that bigger. Scale window. Chow! Look at that thing. 1435. So thank you to Hoku for giving that to me. 8 strength and 8 dex on it. Pretty solid weapon. I did not put it in my main hand, though. I need to get another main hand weapon. Get rid of this thing, but this is primary only, so. But that offhand, you know, pretty dang good. Pretty dang good. Had a late start this morning. Bummer dudes. Bummer dudes. Where are you going? What are you doing? Right now I'm going to go farm or get some herbalism stuff. Need some. I'm trying to level my herbalism. I got it up to 65, which is not great, but you know, we're working on it. So I'm going to go down here, see if I can get some more herbalism. And then also level up my alchemy. Your header on YouTube still says same thing from yesterday, does it? Let's see. So it should say the 54 fighter questions welcome. Let me click on that a couple of times, and then we'll click on this. It should be fixed, Pacer. It's kind of weird. I can only adjust, well, I mean, I can adjust it different ways. Anyway, it should be fixed. It changed now? Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for the heads up. Let me go back over here. Trying to get back into the swing of things here. We should be able to start swimming somewhere along here. Sun going down? I think it is. Which means this is going to be very hard to see down here. I like to swim in first person. Makes it easier. Where the heck am I? How far out in the water am I? Oh, I'm way too far out. I need to go this way. Yeah, we're just waiting for Gith to get on so we can go do some stuff, hopefully. There we go. That's what I'm looking for right there. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop. Nice. 96 herbalism. What is that? This guy's... Is he harvesting my stuff? This is my stuff. Everybody's out here. Oh no. This is going to be like a pretty congested area. If people are trying to work on herbalism. It's one of the only ways to really level up. You have to come out here and find the stuff in the water. Kind of a pain in the butt. Any idea when the next patch is supposed to be dropped? I don't know, but I've heard this week. But that's just 100% a rumor. But hopefully soon. I heard from a dev soon after the open test ends is what they were saying, but of course we don't really know. You know, it's kind of one of those when it's ready kind of things. We know off playing until new changes. Yeah. Why don't you want to play until new changes? There's some good big changes coming. Golly, it is so dark. I can't see a thing. There's a barrel right there. Ah! Let me get rid of this smuggler. Hey, what's going on, Kraft? How you doing, bud? Welcome back, my friend. Welcome back. Glad to have you here. What the heck? Hey, stop moving around. Oh, perfect. That's what I need right there. Yoink. I'll take it. I can't see where I'm going. Do, 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 do. I think we need to go this way, I believe. Doing well? Awesome. Glad to hear. Okay, so yeah, we need to go this way. Down here. Is that... I need some underwater goggles. My goodness. What is that, a little dinghy? Oh, wait, is that the boat? Oh, that's the actual boat. Huh. That looked really small for some reason. It's a teeny tiny little boat. Yoink. I'll take that. Good morning, Dan. How you doing, bud? We are just harvesting today, getting some herbs. Some herbs. If I could see, it's very dark. It's very hard to see these herbs. And I don't know if we've gone too far. I may have gone past where the herbs are. Let's try this little inlet right here. Tough to see for you too? Yeah, it's super hard to see at night underwater. Very hard to see. I'm like literally squinting. Not good for the eyes at all. We're going to have a generation of people with bad eyes from playing this game. I'm not seeing any more nodes out this far. Did the devs any playing goggles or something? You know, I don't know what they're going to do with that. They do want to add in tinkering, so maybe we'll get some sort of goggles. Like sand goggles, night vision goggles, water goggles, all that kind of stuff would be kind of neat. But I don't think they have any plans for that at the moment. Alright, let's go back this way. I can't see junk. Is the H not silent? The H of what? What are we talking about? Herbs? It depends on where you're from. Some people say herb. Some people say herbs. Yeah, it depends on where you're from. Here in America, we usually say herbs. It's kind of like schedule versus schedule. Over in the Europes, they say schedule. And over here, we say schedule. So, yeah, the British pronunciation is more herb than herb. But I've heard people over here in the U.S. also say herb. So I think it just depends on where you're from. I grew up with herb, but now I often say herbs. Sometimes I say it as a joke. Sometimes I say it because I don't know. It's just, I like to switch things up. Keep people on their toes, no? Good morning, Crutta. How are you? Aluminum, methane, capillaries? Or capillaries? Fun to hear the differences, yeah. Is it capillaries or capularies? Oh. I always said capillaries, so it's probably capillaries. I don't know. I don't know how any words are pronounced. I probably say things wrong all the time. And that's okay. Kappa. Oh, so it's not even capillaries, it's capillaries. Whatever. I mispronounce words all the time. I like how people use that, though. They say if you mispronounce a word, it's because you read a lot. And it's like, well, I mean, yeah, that's probably true to some extent. You read a lot and you don't actually learn how to pronounce certain words. That's probably a true statement. But I also think it's just, you know, we're just trying to justify why we say things wrong. More like capillaries for the British? I don't know. You got a British professor in undergrad? Okay. I give out nicknames if too hard to say. Oh yeah, nicknames are the way to go. Them kappas. Here in the South, in the U.S. of A., we like to give a lot of nicknames to things. It's dim kappas. Like, people don't like to talk about their diabetes. It's their sugar. What's your sugar at? It's true. It's very true. Yeah, it's 100% true. I have several people in my family that suffer from diabetes, and they often say, "Your sugar. What's your sugar?" Some of them are sugar. Some of them are sugar. Who knows? I don't know. I can't keep track of it all anymore. I give up. Any name too hard to type, not happening? Yeah, exactly. That, like, I don't group with people that I can't spell their name. I just don't. I'm just like, nope. Not worth me trying to type it out. If you got such a weird name that I can't type it out, nah. Not worth. Hey, who'd you group with today? I don't know. Can't pronounce it. No idea who it was. How'd you get Bob? That's amazing. There was a guy. There's a guy on the closed server named Bob. B-O-B-B. Double B. Double B Bob. I saw him today. He's in the guild called Saga, and I thought it was funny. Bob Saga. I was like, wait a minute. All right, let me list public, this, publish. All right, we got 3 new videos out on YouTube today. Be sure to watch them. I appreciate it when you all watch my videos. It helps me out tremendously. Three new videos. I'm going to try to make more YouTube content. That's why I was on a little bit late today, by the way. I tried to start at 9 o'clock, but I was trying to get those videos out and do stuff. So, yeah. You know, I'm a busy little bumblebee. Busy, busy, busy. You watch the zone area tour? Nice, nice. I want to do one of those for every zone. Right? Like, just go through every zone and be like, here's this zone. What I might do is steal Gith. Log in his character one day when he's not on, like early in the morning. And do like 1 or 2 zones a day. And use his Invis and IVU to go through the zones. Because it makes it a heck of a lot easier to go through a zone. Yeah, I might do, like, put it into a folder that's just like Monsters and Memory Zones. And just kind of walk through, show where the different named spawn. That kind of thing. So I might borrow Gift to do that. I don't think he'll mind. And hopefully get all that information out to you all. I feel like we're missing some of these. I think I might have gone too far. I think we need to turn around. Let's turn around and swim back the other way. Man, swimming takes forever to level up. It is crazy slow. Ranger Shroud, effectively the same as invisibility on, say, Wizard and other classes. Yeah, the Shroud ability is basically your base level Invis. Basically, it's a little bit different, but it's effectively the same. Some of those classes get a greater Invis as you get higher level, which doesn't break early. How do bandages work? Can player heal other players? Yes, you can target another player and use a bandage, and it will heal the other person. You have to be relatively close. You can't be like super far away. I don't know the range, exact range on it, but it's like melee range. Do it the old school way. Find a rock, auto swim against it. Yeah. I don't know if you can do that in this. You might be able to. I haven't really tried. Like, I don't know if you actually have to be moving or not. But I think the old school way should work. They make this game very old school on purpose. So why not make swimming into a wall a thing, right? It's very expensive to try to level. You don't have to actually heal someone to level your bandaging ability. You don't have to heal them. You just have to use it on them. Or on yourself. You can just target yourself and use it. Does this make you swim faster because default speed is slow? Yeah, as you swim, you level up your swimming skill. It goes from 1 to 100. And at 100, you swim at full speed underwater. But yeah, swimming is very slow in the beginning. Man, I can't see a dang thing. All I see are like gray and black. Shades of gray and black. I'm looking for anything that's like a silhouette for herbs. We need more better vision underwater. This is, yes, I said more better. This is just awful. Absolutely awful. Need tinkering? Yeah. Dwarves should sink like a rock. Yeah, we're probably not the best swimmers. I don't know, man. Like, you think about it. Like, the reason Michael Phelps was such a good swimmer is he had longer arms and shorter legs. Dwarves' arms are kind of like monkeys. They can, like, touch the ground while standing up. Do light sources like Fire Beetle Eye work underwater? They do, but not very well. Here, I'll show you. So, like, if I do this light source, I put it here. Where can I put this? That's daytime. Well, light on, light off. Light on, light off. But if I look out this way, light on, light off. It changes nothing. So it's good for, like, when you're down at the bottom, like, near, like, this kind of stuff. So, yes, they do work, but they don't add a whole lot of light. So you can see kind of what you're doing, you know? Kind of, sort of. Cantrip cells. Yes, cantrips will stay after death. You gain one cantrip every few levels. I think from level 4 all the way up to 60. You get a total of 5 cantrips that you can have, I think, by level 60. Seems realistic. Yeah, it's fairly realistic. So, I mean, it'll light up your general surroundings. You know what we could do? I need to go work on that sword quest and see if it's any good. What? This has stun on it? On click, must equip. 2.5 second stun? Wow. Oh, it's paladin only. Wow. That's kind of neat. I didn't even know they had that. I want to try to get to 100 or 101 with herbalism. And then we might try something else. Ugh. But there is a quest that I want to work on for a pretty decent sword. Good morning, Hyper Taco. How you doing, bud? I want to see if the sword changed, though, in the beta. Because they did update some items. I'm excited about the big class update coming. They don't have much time. Those need to drop soon. I agree. Yeah, I agree. Max level is 60. 60. We'll probably get it eventually before the beta ends, but we're not in like a major rush to get there. I mean, there's not a whole lot you can do at level 60 without having like, you know, bigger groups and stuff, but there's a few things. There's a few. Man, my swimming, golly, all this swimming down here, and it's gone up. Let me see, swimming. 35 is all I'm at. I think I've gained 2 swimming this entire time. It goes up so slow. Do you have any favorite major, minor combat traits? Not really. Minor combat traits don't matter almost at all. Like, they're pretty pointless. Major combat traits can matter. The magic resist trait is decent. The like wisdom trait or intelligence or fortitude might be good. It depends on if you can cap those or not. If you can cap them, then those are going to be bad. If you want to try to min-max, because eventually you're just going to cap them out anyway. But if you can't cap them, and we don't know if we can or can't, then, you know, they might end up being okay. Would you say it's going swimmingly? It is going very swimmingly. Very. Swim, swimmity, swim, swimmity, swim, swim, shrew. Where are we at? All right, we're back in this alcove. So I don't think I mean, I'm not getting any of this. Is there somebody else out here swimming and getting this stuff? I'm not seeing any more of this, the herbs, or I'm just completely missing it. It is very hard to see. I want to try to get to 100 or 101. And then maybe stop swimming for this stuff. Someone's sniping all my herbs. They might be. I use the open weekend to test Archer and Ranger. Very high opinion of Ranger now. Archer is good, but the utility of Ranger is crazy. Yeah, Ranger has crazy high utility, which is a good thing. It's kind of a jack of all trades kind of class, in a sense. You know, decent damage, can off tank, has the ability to heal, has buffs, has snare, has sow. Like, it's got all those things. It's just, you know, it's got damage shield. It's got some dots. It's got some nukes. So we'll have to see what they do with it, though. They might be taking some abilities away from classes based on their new class update thing that they're talking about. So we might see some of those classes change a little bit, which needs to happen. But we'll see. Like Necro and Cleric. Cleric became limited. Yeah, it is limited. Cleric, I think, needs more buffs. Like, its healing is good. Its damage prevention is good. But it needs, like, AC HP buffs. That kind of stuff. You know, just more of that. You tested the death system too much? Well, did it work? Was it working properly? Did you lose XP proportional to your current XP? I have no clue what to play. Couldn't play during the open test. Looking for a melee class similar to WoW. Classic warrior, but high output and wide skill ceiling. You're not going to really find something like that. I mean, your closest thing would be probably a Spellblade or a Rogue in this game. You might, but like they're not going to be a high skill ceiling. Bard is going to be your highest like skill ceiling kind of thing, but it's just because it's high APM. You're just going to be hitting a lot of buttons. There's nothing that's really high skill in this game. Very few things are high skill. It's not like WoW in that respect. Well, I think the hybrid classes being a combo of two classes is a nice foundation. I'd like to see them develop into their own unique. Me too, Todd. Me too. I feel like their idea for the hybrid classes, you know, it's okay, but just pulling abilities from like a parent ability, like a ranger getting a lot of druid stuff and then having some fighter type abilities. Yeah, it just feels kind of bad. Like, give them more unique stuff. They're working on it, I think. I hope. But it just feels kind of bad. I think every class should do something unique and really, you know, feel special. Like, oh, why did we add a ranger to the group? Well, because it has this. You know, like an actual reason for adding these classes. I think that's kind of where we are right now and why so many people just want somebody that can charm, because the utility you get from like Enchanter plus the charm itself is just, you know, really good. So we'll see what they do with it. They didn't really go over that too much in that class overview post that Jahar posted. They just kind of said things are coming. So we'll have to see what things are coming. There's a forum on game feedback saying they want to focus on class development. Yeah. I made a video on that today. I put it on YouTube. That was one of the 3 videos I made and put out on YouTube today. 3. I know, it's crazy. I don't want to put out 3 in one day. I want to try to do one at a time, but that's, you know, to me, it's important information that people need to know about. Because not everybody goes to Discord. Believe it or not, not everyone wants to go to Discord and sift through all the garbage to get to the good bits. Juno's around the corner. I can't see them not eventually need to wipe. I know what they said. I'm old and okay with that. You mean wipe after early access starts? I mean, right now it's going to be tough, yeah. What's Discord? I don't know if you're being silly or not, but just in case people are not being silly with that. Discord is an application that is used to communicate with other people. It's like a place you could place forums. You can also get into voice chat. So it's just it's a good place to organize a community. Is really the best way to explain it. And, you know, some people like it, some people don't. Really needs to be broken down. Removing abilities from certain classes to stop so much homogenization, yes. Start implementing abilities that are solely for that class to bring an identity. Yep, I agree with that. Reworking balancing so casters feel worthwhile. Yeah, I agree with that too. I think it's a lot, you know. It's a lot of different things that are kind of coming together. Like the itemization mixed in with the class abilities. You know, something that I kind of talked about in the itemization video that I did based on Jahar's post. I I would like to see more itemization that goes towards... Uh-oh. We ran out of light on my lamp there. But, golly, it is so stinking dark. I cannot see a dang thing. But, like, more itemization for casters. Like, I feel like tanks need itemization. Melee needs itemization. Casters, not really. Like, they get more int. Okay, cool. They have more intelligence, and they get a little bit more mana from that. They don't really need it to make their class work. It just makes their class a little bit better. But a tank absolutely has to get new items as they progress. Otherwise, they just get destroyed in combat. So it's a requirement for their class. So I would like to see more of that happening. Spellcasters not necessarily just getting better with int, you know, and getting better with meditation and getting more mana regen, but make them go out and actually find items that have mana regen on them. You know, so that they actually get 1 more or 2 more mana regen. Oh my goodness, is the daytime finally happening? Holy moly, I can finally start to see a little bit. This is awful. I think we went too far anyway. We're going to have to turn around and go back. I don't know. I wanted to get to... We'll go one more time. We'll go one more time. I want to try to get to 100 or 101. I'm at 99 in herbalism right now. Find or collect items to improve spells. Yeah, like having an item that increases your spell damage by 5%. You know? Like we get haste items for melee classes. Well, why don't we get a spell damage booster or spell haste, you know? I don't think that the cast speed is really as good as people make it out to be, because you're just going to run out of mana anyway. Spell speed on a healer is good, but spell speed on like a wizard, not really. Doesn't really do the same thing. They could cut meditation mana and start including small amounts of regen on essential all caster gear pieces. I think so too, yeah, Haas. That's where I'm at with it. I would much rather them, like, even in low level, by level 10, you have items that give +1 mana regen, you know? And then have items, you know, higher levels that give you a little bit more. One class I feel bad for is wizards, man. It should have been such an easy one to set up, but I feel... Oh, yeah. It's useless in an XP group. It is one of the worst classes in an XP group. Because they just run out of mana. You know? And then what? What are they going to do? And most of their damage comes from spending mana. So once they run out of mana, they just sit there. Like, their nukes need to be bigger... and they need to have ways to regenerate mana. They have a couple ways to regenerate mana. It just wasn't enough. You know, at least like an Elementalist, which has basically the exact same spells as a wizard, but an Elementalist has a pet, and their pet does damage and has additional benefits to the party. So, Elementalist just feels better than a wizard pretty much in every way, you know? Wizard is focused on just trying to be an execute player, and that it's hard to do in this game. It is, yeah. If a wizard can get the execute, you know, it's nice. It's definitely nice, because they can get some of that mana back. But basically what it boils down to is a wizard meleeing or using their staff for 90% of the fight, and then casting a spell right at the very end to get the execute. If they get the execute perfectly, they get a lot of their mana back. If they don't get it perfectly, or if they get a crit, which feels really bad, because getting a crit should feel good, right? 50% more damage on a big nuke, that should feel awesome. But when they get a crit on the very last hit, it literally does nothing, because you can't overkill something. And if you do overkill something, then you actually get less mana back. It just feels bad all around. It feels terrible. Like that entire process was not well thought out at all. Like it was like, hey, we're gonna give wizards crit. That's not gonna affect them, right? That's not gonna be a bad thing. It's only gonna be a good thing. No, it actually has a bad thing to it. It feels bad. I thought they were adding wands or staff range attacks or something for wizard. They did. They have range attacks. The problem is with a wizard when they're doing range attacks, they do a little bit of damage, but they have to be standing up. If they're standing up, they're not meditating, they're not gaining mana. So then they can't really... Basically, all they did with the stabs is make it to where you no longer have to melee. You're now at range using a staff. That's all it is. It's like using... it's like an archer or a ranger using a bow. But you still want to cast your spells. The whole thing just feels bad. It was not well thought out at all. Like, they didn't think through the entire process. How is this going to play as a wizard? Let's get in the game and actually do it. I don't feel like any of that was really done. So the whole thing just feels bad. It needs to be, again, revamped. The whole thing needs to be revamped again. It's just, yeah. But Wizard feels really good when you just are, like, burning mana. If you want to burn a mob down super fast, Wizard is amazing. You cast spell, nuke, take mob down very, very fast. Absolutely awesome. So they nailed that, but in an XP group, you don't want to do that. Be a nice change. If you crit as a wizard, you get a portion of the mana back. I think it should be if you crit as a wizard, you get a buff, and that buff allows you to cast another spell for free. Like your next spell in the evocation line is cast for free. If you crit with an evocation spell, right? That would be one way to do it. Yeah, or like Gift of Mana, something along those lines. You know, giving mana back, you know, anything would be good with crit outside of actually just increasing the damage. I don't think you should increase the damage at all. I think that their crit should just literally give them a free spell, effectively doubling their damage if the mob isn't killed. If the mob is dead, it gives them a free spell for the next mob. But we'll see. Maybe have melee attacks have a chance to cast for free. They already do that with the Spellblade. That's literally a Spellblade feature. So if they do that, it would completely negate the Spellblade. Every 5 procs on a Spellblade with their proccing abilities, it gives them a free... So basically it reduces the mana cost of their next spell by 20%, stacking up to 5 times. Is how the Spellblade works. Froglogs get water vision? Yeah, maybe. That'd be cool. Oh, Gith is online. Wah, wah, wah. Is agility great for spell blades? For procs? No, Dex. Dex is for proc. Should be good to go soon. All right, no worries, Isar. Yeah, just let me know. I'm just swimming around getting some stuff. I only got 6 minutes left on my Speed of the Wild, though, so we should probably wrap this up swimming around down here. Abyss Wand would regenerate mana. Well, yeah, like, they could do something like that. Just, you know, a lot of that stuff. Yeah, Spellblades want Dex. You're in Fallen Pass? Me too. I am in Fallen Pass also. Just swimming around, trying to get herbs that are not respawning for some weird reason. There's got to be other herbs that I just don't see. Wait, is that one right there? Did I see one? Like, it's like I'm not clearing out all of the herbs, so they're not respawning. In open test, I managed to get 150 mining. Didn't find any iron. Where's the best place to start finding it? Fallen Pass. That's a really good spot. So when you go into Fallen Pass from Sungreet Strands, you go up the ramp through the Pyramos village. And then there's tons of it right there. You do have to dodge the drakes, though. You can go to Glass Flats. It's just farther apart. There might be some good places in Glass Flats that have nodes that are kind of close together, but I just find Fallen Pass to be better because they're really close together. We're going to swim out. Hopefully we see some more of these herbs as we're swimming out. But, man, they are just not respawning. I feel like I missed some somewhere. And I'm kind of hungry, too. What time is it? 11 o'clock. Maybe I'll go make a sandwich before we start XPing. Wait, is Isar in Discord? Am I in Discord? Yeah, I'm in Discord. Okay. Oh, I have it muted probably. No, I don't. Yeah, I do. I did have it muted. Hello? I think I had you muted. Or I had Discord muted. There's the guy right there. That's who's been stealing all my stuff. How rude. I like how his name is A Wizard. Is there a better source for disenchanting mats aside from the rare crystals? Yes, there is a better source. There's an island that I made a video on it. I don't know why it's not blowing up. It's only a 1 minute long video. Or like a minute and a half. It's a very short video. People need to be using that. You do have to be level 40. Or no, sorry, level 30-ish, I think. But people are not, they're not utilizing it. There we go. We got to 100. Woohoo! I want to get to 101, but we got to 100. Too high for new views? Yeah, I mean, trust me though, that's the place you want to go. It is. It might be level 40. I don't remember, but it's the Ashira Island out in Shallow Shoals. You can get so much dust there. It completely breaks the economy. Like, they've got to fix it before early access. If that's not fixed by early access, I mean, I'm going to go out there and just go crazy with the dust. Like, they have to fix that. It's way too good. Teach new player fishing and first aid, other stuff. Everyone ran past. They're dark blue to you at 47, so they must be 40 then. You need to go out there around 40. That is Shira Island. Like trust me, that's the way to go. Like people that are not doing that at 40 are missing out. I mean, I need to go out there myself just to get the mats. Like I had like 500 of the whatchamacallit, like powder from being out there for like one day. Hi there. How you doing, Cuggy? What should we be doing at level 40? The disenchanting stuff. Like they just gotta fix it. It's just really, it is economy breaking. Oh, but gets fixed before EA? Yeah. It needs to be fixed before EA. It is bad. Other than sell torches to survivalists, what are there? Rider trainer to sell piece of paper. Wait, what are you talking about? You talking about like gaining money? Oh, you can make torches, I guess, and sell them. Just get a piece of wood and a piece of resin. Make a torch. Candy house. Man, there are people swimming all over the place over here. What the heck is happening? Alright, well, I'm gonna get the heck out of here. What's the fix for disenchanting issue? The items drop too frequently is the problem. Like, way too frequently. Do you know what the winners for the beta test are announced? Fridays, usually. Yeah, they should just make them non-magic. Then they could be decent weapons for level 40 players, you know? I think that would be okay. Let's see if we can get this flower at 100 skill. I don't know if we can. That's why I wanted to get to 101. Yeah, this, I can't even get this. Does anybody know what skill you need for these flowers right here? I think I need 101 or maybe 111. It's like weird breakpoints for some of these. Idea if more races will be playable at early access launch? Not at the launch, no. Everything that's in the game right now will be in for early access. You're not going to see new races until Module 1. What are herbs good for? Alchemy. You can use them to do alchemy crafts. Yeah, you get the herb, grind it in a mortar, and then use it for alchemy. Wait, did I get that new breastplate, or am I... No, I'm still using this one. You don't use herbs in cooking, I don't believe. I think you use like the lettuce and the carrots and all that kind of stuff. I haven't messed with cooking much. There's an issue with high levels, permacamping, low level spots, and disenchant items. Yeah, that happens. That does happen. But they shouldn't be doing that. High-level players, if you're level 40 or higher, you need to just go to the Ishira Island and just do it. Like, it's so much better. Where the cultist area is? Yeah, we could try. Yeah, it'd definitely help out. She'll probably be on today. Yeah, it might. They're trying to make money off selling stuff, but it makes no sense. Yeah. Alright, I'm at the stable master. Oop, somebody just gave me Sal randomly. Oh, I just walked up. Let me go grab a sandwich real quick. I'm really hungry for some reason. And then we can go do Drake's or Spider. We can go do whatever you want to do. Doesn't matter to me. Alright, give me like a couple minutes and I'm going to grab a sandwich. Alright, give me just a minute, guys. I'm going to go make a sandwich real quick because I'm kind of hungry. I didn't really eat a big breakfast. And then we're going to go just do some Drake's like we've been doing the last couple of days. I'm also going to look up a quest here, I think. So give me 1 minute. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Oh, okay. Let me, shoot. Let me look at something real quick. But I think we're going to go and fight some mobs, do some stuff. Like I want to look at this right here, though. Look. Got the parchment. Now, let me look up something real quick. Yeah, we can. That's for a quest. That parchment is for a quest to get a sword. I'm gonna see if I can figure it out, and I'll let you guys know. I was gonna try to do it today, but now that Gith's on, we'll do this instead. I gotta look up the info on it. We've got it somewhere. But I'll look it up here in a minute, see if we can get all the info on it. Oh no, I'm appearing. I'm appearing in the middle of the bridge. I'm gonna have to fight a rat over here, it looks like. What was it called? Ship notice? Torn shipping invoice. I cannot figure out where this is. Enchanted bars are needed to make jewelry. I thought I had enough to make a ring, then I realized not without enchanted bars. Yeah, you need at least one enchanted bar per jewelry piece. Some items require 2 or 3. Explains the spot to disenchant items. You're talking about to get the disenchanted stuff? Yeah, enchanting and disenchanting is very, very good in this. Very, very good. You definitely want to have somebody to do that. I was surprised I never really come across many other fighters in the playtest. I mean, they're kind of a boring class to play. That's probably why. The other tanks do the job just as well for the most part. And they have a lot more utility. So it's, I don't know, it's kind of funny. This dude over here just soloing these. What level is he? It's a pretty good level to be soloing these. He is a, that was a Beastmaster. I got 10 stacks of wood today, so we're good. We're interested to see what changes happen with overhauls. And, yeah, there's a lot of stuff coming. Let me know when you're ready and I'll start pulling. All right, no worries. Oh, they're ridiculous, yeah. Oh, that would be too good, though. Yeah, I don't know where they did this, where this quest is for this sword. They may have removed it. I don't think they did, though. Alright. I mean, they clearly didn't remove everything about it. So I'll have to look into it. Oh, shoot. I need to do... get my buffs. Strength buff. I'm so strong. You want to main a troll shaman? Yeah, trolls won't be in until module 1, which is going to be like September. Oh my gosh, separate. Silly monsters, go away. Move. Do something. Drives me nuts. Yeah, keep going. No, you don't go with him. You guys got to go different locations. Golly. Like, holy moly, man. $153 strength. I'm a big boy. Praying I at least get PvP beta. Kind of wish they had spaces or wilderness of sorts for PvP in normal servers. Don't see the servers running that well. Well, they've got, yeah, you can duel and you can go to like the arenas, but they don't have like PvP zones. So yeah, they're probably not gonna do that. Wondering if trolls will have an 8 regen as racial. Might just go ogre. They probably will. Regen is definitely a thing. It used to be a trait you could choose, but you couldn't choose the class or the race. Excuse me, you couldn't use the race that had it. So it's no longer on the character creation. But I'm pretty sure that trolls will get regen, yeah. Will it be overpowered troll regen or just like 1 or 2? You know, I don't know. My guess is it'll be based on your level. But it might just be like 1 or 2 at low level, you know, and then it doesn't change. But like +1 regen at level 1 would be amazing. Like, it's really still good. But, you know, that would kind of not be great in later levels. But if they did like +1 at level 1 and then it increased it as you level up, and by like level 60, let's say it's +5 or something, it would still be kind of useful. So, I don't know. We'll see what happens. Yeah, I mean, I prefer that, but it shouldn't. It shouldn't even have a pet. Yeah, I mean, I think that's where it needs to be. Like, it shouldn't be doing damage. It should be like a low-level pet that does something different. It's kind of dumb that 7 classes have pets. Hope it gets stronger as you go. Troll is going to be awesome. We'll see. The cooldown bars look way cooler that way. You talking about over here, the abilities? Oh, type who all had pets in EQ? How many classes was it in EverQuest? EverQuest had Mage, Necromancer. The Enchanter had a pet, but it was uncontrolled. In this game, you can control it. So Mage, Necromancer, Enchanter, Beast Lord had a pet. Technically, your Shadow Knight and Druid had pets in EverQuest, but they were like really, really, really bad. So they didn't really count. Yeah, I mean, that might be due to the AC changes they added. I don't remember. But it was... I don't know. Yeah, Shaman had like a pet that, you know, was like level 1 when they were level like 30 or something. So, like, those don't really count. In EverQuest, basically, you only had 3 classes that had pets that were useful. In this game, you have 7. Like, what? It's crazy. Hopefully they start to change that. Can you drag auto attack and move a pet attack to the bar? No. Auto attack, you can just toggle it on and off. But it also toggles on with some of your abilities. So like certain abilities would trigger your auto attack. You hate watching my streams because you get mad that you're not playing. Well, I'm sorry that you're not playing. Don't shoot the messenger, though. What did I do? You don't have beta. Sorry you don't have beta. I wish everybody could play right now. I really do. Soon, though. 60 days. Or 62 days. Something like that. It's not long, guys. It's not long. Oh, they're wiping beta? Yeah. Yeah. Beta's going to go away June 1st. So we only have 60 days to play these characters. A lot of people are already like... Hang on. There's a lot of people that don't even want to really play in the beta. Believe it or not. Because what's the point? That's going to be wiped in, in June. So like, why push hard in the beta? Why try to level up and stuff? Hope you're well. I'm doing all right, Ashira. How are you? You're just kind of, chilling like a villain. You got 3 of the Heartwood Bones now? Oh, you got 3 of those? Really? Oh, did this guy pull this? What a little punk. That's okay. We got plenty of mobs up here. Plenty of things to fight. What profession do you find spending the most time on? I'm still not sure which trait. I mean, alchemy is a really good one to choose because it's just hard to get the materials for it. So going alchemy is very good. I might go alchemy in the beginning. I don't know. I haven't decided. Not a huge grinder. I'd rather just wait until EA. I don't need to understand all the content on day one. Yeah, and I think that's good. That's smart for a lot of people. More just want to test stuff for beta. I haven't leveled past 20. Yeah, I agree with that too. I totally get it. Does sneak work in Monsters and Memories for bad faction turn-ins and pool splitting like vanilla EQ? I don't believe so, no. But I haven't tested it personally. So I can't guarantee that it doesn't. I just want to learn beginner stuff. Yeah, like the reason to play beta right now is to run around the town, figure out where your class trainers are, see what classes you like, play them up to level 10 or 20 or something. Learn the beginner quest, what to do, where to go. Little things like that are the reasons that you want to play in the beta. At least my opinion. Leveling up to like higher levels and stuff, it's going to be a lot of a grind that most people are not going to want to do. So it's not really going to be worth your time, to be honest. Like what I'm doing right now, probably not worth most people's time. I'm mostly doing it so that I can give you all good information in the game from level 1 all the way up to 60. Test things out. and be able to see the world, to get information out to you. But I'm doing it on a content creator side of things. If I was not a YouTuber, streamer, or, you know, all that kind of stuff, I would not be doing all this. I'd be playing a lot more casually, and I would log in, you know, for a couple hours here and there, just kind of goof off with friends. I'd probably be playing other games, to be honest with you. If I wasn't a content creator, I would be playing Solasta 2 right now. The early access for that. I'd be playing Death Stranding 2, which I never got to finish. I'd be playing Cyberpunk 2077, which I never played. You know, I might even be playing Crimson Desert. But because I'm a content creator, this is kind of job for me at the moment. That's the reason I'm doing it. What I did learn in the town, etc., how things work for the most part. I mean, yeah, that's weird. I mean, I think it should be that way, but I think the pet should do something else. So. Yeah, it's probably part of their balancing thing that they're doing right now. Why is 7 not working? What the heck? There it goes. Is your day job very cool? It is right now. Yeah. We're trying to make it work. Trying. So I'll be streaming, doing YouTube content, all that kind of stuff for work. Cool videos on YouTube. Thank you so much, Bunny. I appreciate it. Another day of watching how others play. Yeah. Hard access to my life. Friend invite. Yeah. Hopefully you guys can get in soon if you want to play. But yeah, I've got 3 new videos out on YouTube. If you all want some more content for this game, definitely go check it out. Apparently those videos seem to be doing okay so far. I mean, I just posted them this morning, so we'll see how they go. What server do you play on when wipe happens? East Coast? I don't know. We haven't decided yet. We're going to get together. My group is going to get together. We're going to talk about it. We might play East Coast. Like most of us are East Coast, but we might play West Coast. There's an advantage to playing West Coast if you're an East Coast player because we're going to have different hours than other people on the server, if you think about it. So, like, West Coast won't be getting out of work until 5 or 6 o'clock. You know, I will be online early, like 9 a.m. Eastern, which means that would be 6 a.m. Eastern on West Coast. So I'll be on, you know, really early at different hours than the West Coast people. So there's an advantage there, but I don't know. I play early and used to play all night long. Yeah, we'll be playing in the night as well. You know, so it just all depends. So like that's where if you are on West Coast, but you play on an East Coast server, then you want to play into the evening. So it's like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock a.m. West Coast time is like 4 or 5 o'clock or whatever East Coast time, and very few people are online at that point. So you have an advantage depending on your geographical location a lot of times. You think you're playing a box server West Coast? Because of my job, I think grouping is going to be hard. Possibly, yeah. Box server might be the way to go. I don't want to play on a box server, so we probably will not do that. I don't think most of my group does. We would like to be on a one box server but I don't think they're going to be doing that. It's either going to be all like full boxing or no boxing. But it would be nice to be on like a one box server where we can play one or like you can play up to 2 characters at the same time. But it's going to be really hard for the devs to be able to differentiate that and see that, you know? Like they can see, oh, you're boxing, but how many are you boxing? That kind of thing is... So, we'll just have to see. Yeah, I agree, Ashira. Like, I don't want to play on a boxing server because, like, I want to be able to play on my main character and get into groups and do that kind of stuff. I like the socializing aspect of the game as well. I don't want to get on my main character and be like, oh, nobody wants my main character because they're just boxing a tank or they're just boxing a healer or they're boxing whatever my main class is, right? I don't like that. And then you end up getting people that are playing 4, 5, 6 characters all at once and they're hogging a lot of the camps, and also feels kind of bad. Like one player is hogging, you know, a bunch of big camps, which I don't know. It feels bad to me. As an Aussie, I hope for a West Coast server. There you go. Yeah, they're maybe putting in Oceanic servers and I guess like EU servers. They've talked about doing that. And then if they do an EU server, those will merge into they'll merge into East Coast, and Oceanic servers will merge into West Coast if they have to. So they're talking about that. We'll have to see what happens. If they do that, my guess is those servers, there'll be one Oceanic and one EU server. And that's it. And then if they get a really low population, they're just going to merge them into the other servers. EU would be great. I had average 155 millisecond on US. Yeah. When we were playing in the open or the closed alphas, I was getting like a 50 or 150 millisecond ping. I'm getting a 50 millisecond ping right now because they moved these servers to the US. But when they were in France, it was like 150 millisecond ping. Now, that said, the ping doesn't matter that much. You know, like 150 millisecond ping is not going to make or break the game for you. You don't really have any like Twitch reaction abilities that you need to do very quickly. Most of the time, you know, you have time to think about it. So, yeah. You know, I need to get that right there. I really want that. So many good items out there. The tools they have for tracking anything and everything is crazy. It is, yeah. They're pretty good about it. Their methods of detection are likely based around inputs and should be able to determine however many of characters you're controlling. I mean, they can, yeah. Like, I'm not saying that they can't do it. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is it would be a lot of manpower to do that, right? To say, hey, if they have a one box server, that means they have to go and check, okay, you're currently boxing. Are you only boxing 2 characters, or are you boxing 3 or 4 or 5 characters on this one box server? Right? They have to then manually go in and check that. That's going to take more hours for them to do. I don't see them doing that. Instead, they're going to have a boxing server and a no boxing server. And then they can just easily say, you are boxing or you're not boxing. Much faster process than anything else, right? But if they're having to manually go in and be like, okay, how many are you boxing? You are boxing 2 characters. Cool. That's okay on this server, right? Are you boxing 3 characters? That's not okay. That's what I mean. To differentiate all of that stuff, you know, having a computer do it is not really feasible. And there's so many ways that you can get around it, you know. There's already ways you can get around boxing on these servers if you wanted to. So that's a whole other issue in itself. $150 isn't bad for a slow-paced game like Monster Memories. It's like 100 first-person shooter. Yeah, exactly. This isn't a first-person shooter, so anything below 300 is for MMOs is fine. For some MMOs, I wouldn't say all, but yeah, some MMOs. I am not boxing Changelog. You can't box on the closed beta. What does that boxing mean? Boxing equals camping with group on spawn. No. Boxing is when you play, when you're a one player, myself, and you play more than one character at the same time. That's considered boxing. Whether it's on the same computer, different computers, none of that matters. It's if you're one player is playing more than one character. Just watch the last 2 videos. Thank you. Yeah, no worries, Snow Fox. Thank you for watching them. I appreciate it. I knew a guy with 4 EQ accounts refused to try EQ2. She committed to EQ. Had a lot of wasted money. Yeah. I mean, I know people that had, you know, multiple accounts on EverQuest and would run around and use all sorts of like the macro EQ and all that kind of stuff. I just don't like that, and they are fighting against that in this game. Very much so fighting against that in this game. It's going to be an uphill battle for them, though. This is a basic question. How do you equip things to your pets? Couldn't figure out. So the only thing you can give to your pets are weapons at the moment. And to do that, you just literally drag and drop it to your pet. You pick up the item, and then you drop it on the pet. And it'll hand them a weapon. In the future, they might, maybe, we'll see, allow you to equip armor and shield. Well, I think you can do shields as well right now, but you don't need to do that. But they might allow you to add armor and stuff to pets, but we don't know. Maybe in the future. I keep looking for a window. Yeah, I think, like, so when you're trading to a player, you can right-click and say trade. But when you're trading to a pet, you can't. Well, I mean, you might be able to right-click on them. Try that if you want to. I don't know if it'll work. But like this Plagueborn, right-click and say trade on your pet, and it might open up a trade window. I doubt it, but maybe. Yeah, 300. Yeah, exactly. 300 ping and WoW doing Mythic Plus would be kind of rough. You can't change OC to say. You're stuck in OC. Even if you type / say space. And it should change, like, if I was up here, let's go to all chat here, right? I always chat here. So enter, I'm in guild, but if I do /OOC space, it changes OOC. /say space, it changes to say. That doesn't work for you? If that doesn't work for you, then I don't know what's going on. East Coast, I didn't check on Monster Memories, but it's closer to EU. Yeah, East Coast and EU are closer together. You kept getting an error? That's weird. I don't know why you would get an error. I really hope there aren't damage trackers and plugins. There's not going to be any plugins that are approved by the devs. There are DPS trackers that you can get, but they're not, again, not approved by the devs. They're not cracking down on those right now. It's more like Final Fantasy XIV style, where you have, you know, they don't discourage it, but just, you know, don't be a jerk about it, I guess. So we'll have to see if they do that in the future. They might crack down on that stuff. Sorry if this has been talked about already, but how do you feel on the recent class item changes news? Makes me nervous. I made a video on both of those. Some things I like, some things I don't like. Hey, what's going on, Klaus? How you doing, bud? Sucks because Battlegrounds PvP and some Battlegrounds would be East Coast and others are West. It sucked anytime you got into West. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. That would be a bummer for sure. Should you get groups if DPS wasn't a certain amount? So it made it hard to grow. Yeah, and that's the thing in this game you shouldn't have to worry about too much. Like, DPS numbers are not going to be a big deal in this game. You're very rarely like win a fight because your DPS was high. Most fights in this game are about attrition than they are about anything else. And knowing what the fight is going to do, knowing how to react when certain things happen, and just being able to survive through it. DPS is rarely like a big deal in this game. That's why like they're not cracking down, I don't think, on the DPS meters. Because, you know, if you have 5 more DPS than somebody else, it's not going to make a difference. Also, with overhauls coming, nitpicking stats, yeah, is a bit moot. It kind of is right now, yeah. I'd agree. But people are going to do it. People are absolutely going to do it. I mean, I'm all about min-maxing, right? Like, I like to min-max. But there's a degree of min-maxing. You know, how crazy you're going to go with it. I do wish damage numbers came up on screen, though. You want them to, like, you want floating numbers? Like, above the characters and stuff? Yeah, they're probably not going to do that. But maybe. I doubt you're going to see too much of that. They don't want to. They don't want to put in chat bubbles. They don't want to put in like damage numbers. They don't want to put a lot of that stuff in. The sheer spam I get from floating numbers, yeah, that it would be a lot. It would be a lot. I mean, if you turn on like all combat, there's so much information happening. You wouldn't want to see all that. It would be overwhelming. I mean, you can see your damage numbers if you want to, Zinc. It's right here. Like, all of this right here is damage. So this is my hits on the mob. These are when the mob hits me. These are players that are casting spells. So anytime Gith does something, or, you know, like certain abilities go off or whatever, you can break all that stuff down. So you can see the numbers if you want to. But yeah, I wouldn't want to see all that information. Holy moly. It's so much. Crap. I got 2. Didn't mean to get 2. I do, but it feels nice when I personally hit something. I see the number light up on my screen. Yeah, I mean, you could just do this. Put this over your head. Like that. And then do like opacity. Go, oh, not, I don't think it's there. I think it's under chat settings. Chat opacity. There you go. Just do that. You see all the numbers just appear over there. I mean, it's a way to do it. I'm sure you could make it look a little bit better. Nailed it. Floating numbers. Have you tried reading the combat log with a 6 group? Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. Can you do just number? No, I don't think you can do just number. Not to my knowledge. Have you tried reading the combat log? Yeah, you got that. Okay. Yeah, that's what I would do if you want to have the floating numbers. Just, you know, literally stick it over your head. Slash total for a raid and EQ was a thing. Not sure how they did that. Slash total? I don't know what that does. Not a need by any stretch, but it'd be nice to at least have an option. Yeah, I mean, I get that. I don't think that they want to do that for a couple reasons, but I would say their main reason for not wanting to do that is because they want your screen to be consistent. Like if you watch me stream or whatever, and then your game, and you look at your own personal game, they want it to be consistent and not have drastic differences between one player to another. At least that's my understanding of it. But you know, I don't really know. I mean, you could change a lot of stuff here. Like I can move around my ability bar. Like I can put it, you know, on the left side of the screen if I wanted to. So you can already change a lot. So it's going to look different anyway. Or some people could look different. I know some people like to take their character hotbars and put it above their head. You know? And like if I were to take this and put it down here. Some people like to do that. Or they like to put this down here somewhere. Which, you know, is understandable. I get it. They are going to be adding in UI, the ability to update and change your UI soon. Like sometime in the next couple of patches, that's supposed to be coming in. Welcome, Raiders! Thank you so much for coming in. How are you all doing today? Mr. Roll-Ups. I like fruit roll-ups. I used to eat fruit roll-ups as a kid. So many fruit roll-ups. I automatically move mine down along with my abilities. Yeah, a lot of people do that. So I get that. Fruit roll-ups so good. They are so good. Oh my god, I used to take them, roll them up in a ball, eat them that way. I would like put them into a square. I would fold them and make like little squares and stick them up on the roof of my mouth. Man, I loved fruit roll-ups as a kid. I would put them in the fridge, too. And in the freezer. And freeze them. I thought they were better that way. Delicious. Delicious. Oh, your stream's going well. Very tired and about to get off. Sounds great. Sounds great. Yeah, stream's going okay. We're just kind of chilling, hanging out, you know. Hope you had a fun stream as well. What does alcohol do in this game? Right now, I don't think anything. But you do have an alcohol tolerance that you can build up. But I don't think it really does much of anything right now. Fantastic stream. Good night. Yeah, have a good night. Take care. See you next time. I did get my jewel crafting leveled up. Check this out. Where's jewel crafting? Jewel crafting, 230. My jewel crafting is 230. My blacksmithing is 230. My leatherworking, we're up to 165. My tailoring is at 207. Man, we're getting there. Getting all these up. My alchemy, I think I got up to 65. Yeah, I did make a lot of steel wire. Made some silver, some steel, some iron. I don't know. I made a bunch of stuff. I think the cheapest way to go was iron until that becomes trivial. and then switch to steel until that becomes trivial. I believe was the cheapest way. I kind of went the lazy route though, so I didn't have to make the steel. And I use platinum because it's just lazier. It costs more money though. Does sharpening stone do anything? I tried, found it did nothing that I noticed. Yeah, it increases your strength. Any EQ style zones like Crushbone, Mistmore? A lot of open area right now. There are, yes, there are zones like dungeons. My favorite zone in the game is actually Grimtide Sanctum, and it's a dungeon that's like that. You gotta swim underwater to get into it. Once you get inside, you pop up out of the water, and it's a whole dungeon inside of there. It's a really cool zone. Not very big. It's a, you know, small to medium-sized zone, but it is my favorite zone in the whole game. And I would like to see more zones like that. And we will be getting more zones like that. In early access, there's a zone called Rothold. That's going to be a dungeon very similar to like a Guck-style zone. So yeah, you'll be seeing more of that in the future. Right now, a lot of it's overworld kind of stuff. You also have like lower level zones as well. Like your Worm's Bane is kind of like a zone similar to that. Worm's Bane, and then Ancient Crypt. You know, they're not huge, but they're not small. Worm's Bane will probably hold, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 6 full groups at level. Give or take, depending, you know, on how much you can pull. And then Ancient Crypt will hold like 3 full groups before it's at capacity. There's also Black Tide Bay, which is a pretty decent sized zone. That's a dungeon, and it's got multiple entrances into it. I think 2, maybe 3 different entrances into that zone, with lots of mobs ranging a variety of levels. It's another pretty good zone. You're just in Black Tide for a couple hours? Yeah, pretty cool zone. Pretty nice. I've out-leveled it at this point, so probably won't be going back there. I don't know what we're going to do later today when people get on. We might go to a new area that we haven't been to on the beta. So we might show off a new area today where some named are at. There's spiders, and then a named that actually turns into a spider. Like a dryad kind of thing. So like it's a... NPC that when you attack her, she turns into a spider. So we might do that later. I don't know. We'll have to see. You be interested in going to that spot? Yeah, we would need you for that spot, Ashira. You know where I'm talking about, right? We would need you for that if we went there today. So we talked about it. Issa and I talked about it. We just gotta wait for people to get on. Some more DPS. More DPS. You know the spot exactly? Yeah. It's got some good loot that drops there, too. Have you done any YouTube videos on those dungeons, even the low-level ones, just exploring? I'd be curious to watch that. I did a little video the other day. Well, it's an hour-long video where I just go over a bunch of different XP spots. I still haven't put in the timestamps. I need to go back and do that. I may or may not put in the timestamps. I may just completely ignore it and move on. But yeah, I want to go through all the dungeons. What I might do is borrow Gith here one day and play his character so I can have Invis and IVU and run through some of these lower level dungeons, like do a Wormsbane run through, show you where the names spawn within Wormsbane, like good camp spots, things like that, and then go through like Ancient Crypt. I may do that soon. We'll see. I want to know if that OP disease staff has been nerfed at all. Yeah, we could maybe check it out. How do rogues do in later levels? Are they helpful for corpse dragging, or do they do good DPS? They're going to be both of those things, Niz. Like, right now, rogues with their stealth abilities are good. They're very beneficial for going out, dragging corpses, and bringing them back. But rogues are supposed to be high DPS. Right now, they are not currently high DPS. They're not much better than like a fighter or a monk. But they're supposed to be higher than both of those. So we'll see. We will see. Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. Hopefully they didn't get tuned up. Yeah. They're looking at that. They're trying to do a revamp on all of the classes right now. They're kind of going through each one, looking at it, figuring out how they want that class to play, what they want them to do. You know, so that's going to be happening over all of April probably, and beyond. Like, it's going to be going all the way through. Hey, what's going on there, Overbit? How you doing, bud? I forgot how to drag a corpse. Can you run through it? Yeah, it's just this drag corpse button on your... There's a couple ways you can do it, but on your command bar right here, drag corpse. Target the corpse, click drag corpse, and it moves it to you. You can also create a macro that's /corpse in the macro. So like you could create a macro here and type in for the macro /corpse or /drag. I believe also works. And then you can hit that button. And every time you push the button, it moves the corpse to your feet. As long as you are close enough to the corpse. Do you give consent? No, consent does not give you loot rights. It only allows you to drag. Yeah, you got to keep hitting it again and again and again. Every time you hit it, it moves it to your feet, and you move it again. So basically, while you're running, you just spam the ability. Spam /corpse. Oh, yeah. Yeah, man is easiest on Shaman over the 3 healers. A double raid. Oh, you didn't end your stream? Oops. Oopsie daisies. I was like, what in the world? Why are we getting a raid again? That's weird. All good, my friend. All good. It happens. I actually one time, I forgot to turn my stream off one time and I went to bed. Just went to sleep. Left it on all night. It happens. Yeah, sure. We might do something here in, let's see, what time is it? Noon? in a couple of hours. I would imagine people will start to get on. Stein will probably be on very soon, and then Kaz will probably be on pretty soon. Every true gamer has fallen asleep or passed out at the keyboard. Yeah, I haven't done that in a while. I literally just ended my stream one day and forgot to hit the button. Literally just didn't push the button. Where's my Discord login info? I don't know what happened to my Discord login info. I figured it out. I set up a new PC. I'm trying to get everything downloaded for it. Oh yeah, late night raids and a couple drinks, man. That'll get you real quick. Get you real quick. I used to have a friend of mine that when we were playing EverQuest 1, he would pass out every single night while we were XPing. And the thing is, back then, like, you could log people out. Did you guys ever do this where you get everybody in your group to right click and inspect a player, and if you kept doing it over and over and over, it would eventually kick them out of the game? What server did I play on? I was on Prexis. Played Fit in Row. Nice, nice. trying to figure out this quest that I want to show you all how to do it. So I'm going to try to investigate. I'm using my other computer to look up the info. Because I can't remember how to do it. But it's a decent sword. Well, last I saw it was a decent sword, but I don't know what happened to it. Ah, here we go. Right? Is it a two-handed? No, it's a one-handed sword. I'm struggling to find one. Shallow Shoals seems scary. Yeah, the two-handed weapons are kind of rare. They're almost always rare on different places wherever you get them, which kind of feels bad. Open playtest was amazing. Logged 42 hours over the weekend. Nice. Decided to stop at level 10, but got to 150 mining and almost 100 blacksmithing. Did what felt like world tour, so that was a win. Awesome, yeah. I hope you had fun. Need to make crafting better. They really, well, I don't know. Like, they can't make crafting too good. Because if they make crafting too good, then there's no reason to go out and farm better gear, right? And kill, like, named mobs and stuff. So, like, right now, one of the best things you can do as a low-level player is find somebody that's crafting steel weapons. Get a steel weapon. That'll last you until, like, level 30. So you don't really need... If you can get some enchanted armor and some crafted weapons, you don't really need to gain gear. You don't need to go and camp gear until you're, like, level 30 to 40. Because you're just gonna be fine with what you have. So they kind of need to look at that a little bit too. I know Pasha has a two-handed level 40-ish mob in Night Harbor. Is it easy to acquire? I don't know. I don't know if it's easy to acquire or not. Probably not. Wait, what's the name of the weapon? It's probably going to be like the rare drop off of it. Any race-specific traits like ogres not being able to be stunned from the front? Every race has a race-specific trait of some sort. Some of them are better than others, but for certain classes. So there is kind of a min-max you can do there of what's like the best race class combo. But none of them are super overpowered, like the ogre immune to stun. Everyone is immune to stun if the mob is in front of you. Technically it's daze, but it's stun. So everybody's immune to that right now. Now, if you turn around or if they're to the side of you, that's a different story. You can absolutely get stunned or dazed. It's just called Pasha's Blade. Yeah, I mean, it's an okay weapon. I don't think it's like a rare, super rare item. So yeah, it's okay. All the crafts are basically the same thing, but just tiered. They are, except for you have enchanted versions of those. So like you can do enchanted breastplate, helm, and legs, which give you some stats. Yeah, ogre start at 20. They can get up to 29 max strength, but strength is the easiest stat to gain as a fighter as well. So it's going to cap easier. So you got to factor that in. If you can hit stat cap, you don't necessarily want to put those points in. That's just kind of wasted points. But you can see right now, I have 143 strength currently. Versus my 71 stamina. And I put points into stamina and chose fortitude as my starter stats. So, much easier to gain strength. Much, much easier. How do you improve strength? Through through gear and buffs and things, so stuff like that. There's a streamer on your open called yeah, their group was 20 plus farming dungeons. I inspected them and most of them had the measure stick weapon. Seems it's from a quest. Seems really nice. Yeah, I've got that on my YouTube channel, a walkthrough. That's it right there, measuring stick. But there's a full walkthrough on my YouTube channel if you want to know how to do that. Started at level 15. You can do the entire quest at level 15 if you want to. Oh, so on YouTube, future videos? Yeah. Yeah, I see another open test weekend. Yep, absolutely. They're going to be doing another one. Sean did talk about yesterday. They're definitely going to be doing another open test weekend. And then possibly also some stress tests. Like maybe shorter, like one day stress test. Question, can you play the game without a key? No. There are no real keys, right? You don't get a key to the game. But you have to get beta access. So exclamation point beta if you want to try to get that. But there's beta access that they have to flag your account. But you cannot currently play that without that. My new internet is here. Yay for internet. I'll have to check that out later today and get that plugged in. Or tonight sometime. Or maybe tomorrow morning. That's why I can't see any servers when I try to play. Yeah, you won't be able to see any servers right now. Because if you don't have that access at the moment. You want new internet? Well, it's here. I'll try to plug it in tonight or tomorrow morning. See if we can get that working. I got to do it before the 2nd, before they bill me again. Get on it. I'm watching you. Any idea if they're still giving beta access? They are, yes. Talks on Discord that they weren't. Yes. Yeah, they are still giving out beta access. Every Friday they're doing a drawing on it. Sean streamed last night. He did stream yesterday afternoon. Yeah, it was like 2 or 3 o'clock Eastern yesterday. I did an overview video on YouTube this morning, so that should be out. If you don't have time to watch the full stream, it was a little under 2 hours long, and I did an overview going over the important bits on the YouTube. How does Eminem handle exploration and discovery? Please provide an example. So it's just basically walk around and figure it out, right? Like you wanna find something, you just walk over and check it out. If you wanna, like, let's say you think that there's something special going on down this ramp, you can walk down there and use the /look command. So they do MUD commands, /look, inspect, take, place. You know, just different kind of MUD commands. So you could go up to an area and like on the commands window here, I could do /look. And then in my MUD window, it'll say, you know, like right now I'm in Fallen Pass. I don't want to pull that. So that's how you do a lot of the exploration and finding of things. But you just kind of just go around looking is how they want you to do it. Just like literally, oh, what's over here? Walk over there and look. That's basically it. There are some things, like when you discover certain cool things, you might get like a sound that happens, like a sound cue. Oop, I don't want to pull that because that'll aggro. These mobs need to separate so I can pull them safely. I think I can get this guy right here. That's basically it. I mean, as far as the discovery. Now, you can also discover, like, crafting recipes. Throw some items into a crafting pouch and see if it makes anything. So that's another way you can do discovery. No world announcements? I mean, I wouldn't say no world announcements, but yeah, it's not a common thing. I always saw there was a gray tint, like a gray filter. It's missing now. Is that because of weather? Maybe it's missing because of weather, yeah. I don't know what you're talking about, but it could be a filter. It could be weather. It could be lighting. Are there hidden areas, locked doors that require you to find a key or a lever nearby? Yes, they do have that. Not necessarily a lever. I'm not saying that they don't have that, because they might. But there are several places where you have to find a key by killing a monster to get a key. Or maybe you have to find different parts to do a quest to create a key or craft a key. But there are different keys to open up different doors. Yes. Walls that are just illusion. There are mini walls that are just an illusion that you can jump through. Absolutely. Yes, stuff like that absolutely are things in the game for sure. There's actually a giant sand wall in Shaded Dunes. It's just a giant illusion. Looks like a big wall of sand, like cascading sand coming down. You could walk right through it. I love the no map, no hand holding. Me too. I'm very much into that. For many reasons, but yeah, I like it. Of course, you put the world better or worse. Yeah. If you have maps, Sungreet Strand, Shaded Dunes, I feel like I can map every single ore node. I mean, and they're going to do that, right? That's going to happen eventually. People are going to do that. Like you're going to be able to go to the wiki or whatever. MNMmaps.com or whatever it is. You know, you're going to be able to do stuff like that. And there's... People are going to map out everything. Eventually. I'm going to what? About what? Oh my gosh. That's crazy. I mean, I do it all the time. Oh my gosh, I can't see anything. Oops. Cheater. I'm a cheater. Look at me cheat. My map, I mean, off memory alone, I feel like I spent at least 20 hours mining over the weekend. Yeah. Yeah, once you learn some of the node spawn locations, you know, you just kind of run around in circles until you, you know, kind of map it out mentally. That's what I do. I know where I go to mine things. Like I mine copper up till a certain point, then I go to an area and I start mining tin and silver, and then I go to a new area and I get iron and gold, and then I go up to coal and platinum. Got different breakpoints. Same tool used to break down cloth armor as the leather one, different bags. Yeah, same exact tool. It's the seam ripper. This right here. The skinning knife does not have a use, and it may or may not have a use in the future. We'll have to see what they do with that. I wouldn't mind seeing a skinning knife, and instead of mobs just randomly dropping pelts and meat, you actually have to skin them to get the pelts and meat. But I don't know. They may or may not do that in the future. It was going to be a skinning skill. They were going to have that.
Hey, what's going on, Channing Tatum? Playtest was great. Got your Ranger to 18 over the weekend. Was fun. I think I'm going to try Cleric next run. Nice, yeah.
Well, that's good. that's the best slow in the game then. I found a deep water hole that required water breathing, but was sad to discover it didn't lead to anything. Just led back to a secret entrance. Were you over in Scarwood? There's some pretty good like swimming areas in Scarwood. Part of a bandit cave? Yeah. It doesn't really lead anywhere right now. Maybe in the future. We will see. We will see. One thing that's kind of wild to me is there are 2 months out of early access and they're looking at full itemization and class re-overhauls. Yeah, it's very much a Pantheon thing, huh? So yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, a lot of the things though, like I'm glad they're doing it because I feel like it's been a long time coming on some of this stuff. You know, like a lot of these things have needed to happen for a while and were not happening. We've been kind of saying in the alpha, like, hey, why is this class have this ability? Why is this item garbage? Like, so yeah, we'll see. It's tough. Woodworker makes stabs. Fletching, I believe, would make stabs. Changes have to happen yeah. It's weird that it's now just it's very weird that it's just now happening. Yes, I think it coincides with some other things that were happening. So you know, it's not really weird if you look at it internally, but externally from our perspective, yeah, it looks really weird. It only does arrows, bows, and shields. So they don't have stabs in there. I thought they added stabs to fletching. Maybe they didn't. Right? It's extremely obvious. Are you saying someone was holding them back for making changes? I don't know. I don't know. I'm just saying that, like, internally they were working on certain things, and then, you know, now that is coming back to us. You think hybrids will be less of a mashup in two classes? I hope so. I really, really hope so. The hybrids feel bad right now. They just feel terrible. I mean, they've got a lot of utility and stuff, but I don't know. They did, like, they need to make them fun. Like, give them their own stuff. Probably good timing for Rich to join the team, though, since that's his main focus, from my understanding. Well, yeah, but no offense against Rich, but he kind of is the one that screwed up the itemization. So, on Alpha, we had items that were in the game. Rich went in and made some changes, and then now in Beta, a lot of those items are complete garbage. He's part of the problem in that situation.
But he even said in his post that he made, it basically said like they may have overtuned in the wrong direction, and they're now going back and fixing some of those common and uncommon items. So he at least admitted to it and said, hey, maybe we overtuned it. But like the itemization is just very lackluster. It's very boring right now. Plus 5 to strength. Cool. Like this item right here. You have this item right here, right? 40 AC, 4 strength, 2 magic resist. Oh, okay, neat. But then you have another item off a similarly named or similar level enemy, around level 40, and it has like plus 5 strength, 3 stamina, 4 inch, 2 agility, -1 charisma. Like it's just got more stats. It does more, right? And it's like, why do you have this item over here and then you have this item over here? Both of them about equal in difficulty to get, like rarity of named, rarity of item drop, but one is clearly superior than the other one, and it doesn't have very boring stats on it. So you can't really read about the massive changes right now. They're just saying changes are coming. And here's the gist of those changes. It's on their Discord, though. Tomorrow is a 5-day AOA test. Great time. Take a break from M&M. There you go. Yeah. Definitely go play some Adrenaline Online. Great time to do that right now. Absolutely. I've been saying this about items since I got my Wizard of 20. Yeah, itemization is terrible right now. My thoughts on EQ Legends, it's not for me. I wish them luck. I hope they make exactly what they want. It is not a game for me. EQ Legends is taking EverQuest and making it as single player as possible, which is not what I want out of an old school MMORPG. I do not understand why people want everything to be soloable. I will never understand that in an MMO, right? Play a single player game if you want that. There's tons of them out there. I get that people want to be able to play solo in a world where lots of people are at and lots of people are doing stuff. But there's even those games out there. Ultima Online is like that. It's a solo MMO. You play by yourself, and the entire game can be played solo, but there's other players in that world. Totally understand that. But EverQuest is not that. So it's not a game for me. Yeah, I mean, hopefully people enjoy it. I'm sure there will be people out there that are going to enjoy that. Clearly, it was pretty popular with the hero's journey. People enjoyed that, but yeah. I had a surprisingly great time in AOA. First time I ever played a voxel game. Yeah, I've heard great things about Adrenaline Online. Yeah. Adrenaline Online looks great. If Monsters and Memories was not a thing, I would probably be playing Adrenaline Online. But I prefer Monsters and Memories for its visuals and its gameplay over Adrenaline Online. But they're very similar in a lot of ways. Took a little time to get used to, but they are making a good game. Yeah, grouping's lots of fun. Yeah, it seems like a really good game. I think that is going to be definite contender to Monsters and Memories. The thing is, will Adrenaline Online have enough content? Because right now, I think that's what it's lacking, from my understanding, is it's got a great foundation, but it's lacking content. It's called Adrullin or Adrullin Online Adventures. A-D-R-U-L-L-E-N, I believe. Adrullin. Competition can be good. Yeah, competition is great. You know, you don't want a monopoly. It's just in testing. They're doing like an alpha test, 5-day alpha test this week. I think this week sometime. Oh, they don't have a release date. Like it's pretty far behind Monsters and Memories as far as like content. In terms of classes, they have their own classes, more unique. Yeah, that's what I want to see in this game. More unique classes. Like, it drives me up the wall about, like, why these classes in this game are just so much a copy and paste of EverQuest 1. And then certain abilities within the classes are just copy and paste from one class to another class. Like, let's get away from that, man. It's so bad. That is one of my biggest takes. Like, I've been saying it for a while. They need to differentiate the classes, make them unique. They need to balance those classes out some. Like, these are all things that they need to do during this beta, this closed beta, before early access hits. They don't have much time to do that. It's going to take a lot of time. I couldn't get past it, but I also had to be convinced to play 7 Days to Die. Hated graphics and gameplay, but I was wrong. Yeah, the graphics, I don't mind the graphics in AOA. I'm not a big fan of the blockiness. Like, I don't like the Minecraft style blocks. That just is weird to me. Like, and everything is literally a block. Like, even your ground tiles they're squares. Everything's a square. I mean, I'm playing the new Pokemon Pokopia, whatever it's called, Pokopia. I'm playing that, and it's all block based, and I don't really like it. I'm having fun with the game, and I think AOA is going to be a fun game, but I really just do not like the block style. But you know, I can look past it. Like, I played Minecraft before, and I've enjoyed it, but yeah. Do you prefer Monster Memories or Pantheon, and why? Monsters and Memories over Pantheon because Niche Worlds Cult versus Visionary Realms. Niche Worlds Cult has their head on straight. Visionary Realms does not. That's the reason. Just got to accept it's blocky voxel graphics, but the gameplay is very good. Yeah, you got to accept that the voxel combat or stuff. And I'm willing to accept it. Like, I don't have to play a game because of the graphics. I don't care. You know, as long as the gameplay is fun, the visuals don't mean much. But yeah. It's the opposite of M&M. It's way ahead on classes and behind on content. AOA classes feel great. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, their content, they don't have a lot of content, a lot of places to go, but their classes are a lot more fleshed out. I would 100% agree with that. And I think that's where we need to get to in Monsters and Memories. Kind of why I'm glad that they made that post the other day, because they really need to get there. I am one of the few people, one of the many people actually, that have been saying, hey guys, what the heck are you doing with the classes? They are terrible and they need to be fixed and changed and balanced, etc., etc., etc. So hopefully we're getting that soon. I mean, I've been screaming about it for a while. I don't know. I know that building a game is hard and all that, but I just don't understand why it's taken them so long to just recognize the classes in this game need a lot of work. The block style building becomes a lot easier to work with after you beat main story because it unlocks a tool that makes things way quicker. I'm sure it does, yeah, bro. I'm only on the second island or second area. I went through one of the doors, and that's kind of where I stopped. Pantheon seems to no longer be going classic EQ route. It's basically classic WoW. We still have classic WoW, so just flop and fail. I mean, yeah, it is going more of that WoW direction. I agree with that. It's definitely It's trying to be old school, but going in the WoW old school direction rather than the EQ old school direction, which is why I don't like Visionary Realms. Like, it's not about the game. It's about the company constantly flip-flopping on what they want and changing what they want. Literally, it's just like every single update, every 6 months to a year, Visionary Realms is like, oh, we're going to do this direction. Oh, now we're going to go this direction. Now we're going to go over here. Now we're going to go over here. They have no clue what they want to do. As a company, like, there's a vision of where they want to be. They want to be a big MMO in, years from now. That's what they want to get to. But they have no clue how to get there. And their path to get there is just ever changing and ever winding. It just feels awful. Which class post are you referring to? So on the class forums on Discord, I have a video on my YouTube channel that's talking about it. But it's posted by Jahar on the Discord. Jahaar. Pantheon disappointed me personally. Eminem, AOA train now. Yeah, I'm definitely on the Eminem train. AOA is my fallback game. If Monsters and Memories, for whatever reason, crashes and burns come early access, I'll probably fall back and play a lot of AOA and see what happens with that game. But right now, I am pretty hard into Monsters and Memories. This is going to be the better game for me. What are some of the biggest class problems that you see? Imbalance of classes, the homogenization of classes, the unfinished classes. Like Rogue doesn't even have poisons yet. Seems like a pretty big thing that Rogue should have, since it's literally a big part of their class. Just a lot of stuff like that. The thing about AOA is the stuff that is in place feels very full and vibrant, and things are not just empty buildings. Yeah, that's exactly. That's great. AOA's got a lot going for it. Like, I can't really say anything bad about it other than it's just in development. And that's not a bad thing. It just needs more development. But so does Monsters and Memories. So does Pantheon. So does pretty much every current video game out there. Like, you really don't play video games these days that are finished. It's very, very rare. Like, I would say Nintendo might be the most finished product when it releases. But even their games are a lot of times feel kind of janky and unfinished. Amazon should buy Pantheon? I don't know, man. I don't know that Amazon could really fix it either. I backed Pantheon in 2019. I found out about Monster Memory 2 months ago. I can't wait till June. Yeah, June it can't get here soon enough. And then I want it to be slow. I want June 1st to hit, and then I just want it to take its time. Just let it simmer. What is AOA? Adrullin Online Adventures, or Adrullin Online. Depends on where you want to enunciate. But it's ADRULLEN, I believe. Online Adventures. I really dislike the early access era of games. I do too, KG. I do too. I think this whole early access thing has been abused way too much by game developers for far too long. Early access should be a full game that is available. Like, I don't mind early access like what Diablo 4 did, which is one of the more recent ones that did it this way. And you just get the game a week early if you pre-order it. That's early access, right? Or early access that Baldur's Gate did. You have early access for the first act. So the entire first act works, everything functions properly, and it's good. You just don't have the full game yet so that you can get a feel for it. That is fine to me. This whole we're going to give you early access as an alpha or beta, that's where they've lost me. Like, no, I don't want to test your game for you. I don't want to pay to test your game for you. That's backwards. You need to be paying somebody to test your game and make sure that it works. That's not what I'm here for. You know, I'll test it for free. You let me, like this. This is a free test, right? What I'm doing right now. I didn't have to pay any money to get into this beta test and try it out and help them create a good game. So I feel like Niche Worlds Cult is doing it correctly. Once the game goes into early access, you're paying for it. And Sean, the biggest owner, person, whatever, of Niche Worlds Cult has said the game is live at that point. Which to me says it's no longer a beta test. It's a live game in early access. So, you know, that's the direction they need to go. And some companies do it, some companies don't. There you go. Adrenaline Online Adventures. Umpak's got you. Minecraft mod is what AOA is. Kinda like that. The concept of early access has become part of the monetization model, replacing classic open beta periods. Yeah, exactly. I think open beta periods are great. I think, you know, open beta periods are fantastic. Let players get in, test the game. They're doing a lot of testing for free for you, making sure the network functions, making sure the classes, you know, are good and balanced, etc. They're going to break your game. I think open beta tests are fantastic. And I think every game should do them. But you should never, ever, 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 ever have to pay to be in a beta test. That, to me, is taking advantage of the player base. So I don't like it. Anyway, it's like Kickstarters. It's kind of like Kickstarters, but Kickstarter, you pay, and then you may or may not get a product years later. I don't like that either. I remember when early access meant you could play it early, not it was an unfinished product. Yeah, exactly. And that was fine with me. People are done paying for unfinished games. They are. They are. Monster Memories, to me, is light years ahead of the others. EQ Legends being basically single player is off-putting to me. I agree. Yeah, Pantheon lost their way. Vision has gone through development. Yep. Monster Memories hasn't accepted $1. Absolutely. I'm right there with you. Yeah, everything you said. I agree. Monster Memories, honestly, an embarrassment compared to AOA. Why do you say that? Puss in Boots. I don't think it's an embarrassment. I think it's a different game. You know, different game, different direction on it. I don't think it's an embarrassment. Yeah, I'll be paying in June for this game. Yeah, absolutely. The Empty World. What specifically is empty about it that you don't like? Because, like, think about it this way, right? Like, do you want to have a world, right, that's filled with stuff, but there's only like 2 zones? Or do you want to have a much bigger world, but fewer things to do in it? Like, I don't feel like the world's empty, per se. It depends. Like, you got to give me some examples of what you feel like is empty. Like, if you're talking about the buildings inside of Night Harbor, those are empty because it's going to be player housing. They're meant to be empty until players furnish them. Then they're going to be filled with stuff. So, like, certain parts of this game are meant to be empty. But other parts, I would agree with you, feel kind of bad. They're just like, it's just a barren, open wasteland of nothing's there. Scarwood right now feels that way. It feels like an unfinished zone. There's really just not a lot to do there. So it depends on which way you want to go with it. And I'm not trying to defend Monsters and Memories. I feel like it needs a lot of work. Like, I rag on it all the time. Blows my mind that OG EQ was made in 3 years and WoW was 5, but nobody can put together a better, even though the tools are better than ever. Kinda, yeah. But you also have to think about when those games were made and they originally were put out. They were made in 3 and 5 years by much bigger companies. Like, EverQuest got the backing of Sony. So they had a lot of money near the end of it, right? And then WoW had the backing of Blizzard, which had plenty of money at the time. So they could pay a lot of people to develop something. That's a big difference between some of these games now, like Pantheon, Monsters of Memories, and Adrenaline Online. Like, all 3 of those games are made by small volunteer teams. Well, 2 of those are unpaid volunteer teams. So, yeah. That's like an MLM scam I fell for 15 years ago. Pay us to work for us. Oh, yeah, yeah. They got $100 from me and a lesson learned. Yep. I've been in those situations. I didn't follow through with it, so sorry, Channing Tatum, that you lost your $100 in that. I went and I sat in one of those pyramid-type schemes for, like, it was an interview. I applied for a job. They called me for the interview. I went to the interview. The interview was 30 people sitting in a room hearing the spiel. After that, they had you go and get in this line, and you had to pay for training. And then after you get through training, you then could work for their company. And I was like, I'm not paying for that. I'm not paying you to train me for your job. Like, are you crazy? If I want to pay somebody to train me for a job, I'm going to go to school. I'm going to go to a college or a trade skill. Like, I paid for my real estate license, right? I paid however much money it was to get my real estate license, pass the test to become a realtor. Okay, that makes sense, you know? But, or if I'm paying to learn to be a plumber or an electrician or, you know, whatever I'm paying for the education. But yeah, you don't pay somebody to get a job. Like, no. That's bad. Very, very bad. Big red flag, guys. Don't do it. Let me grab one of these and I can chat some more once I grab a mob here. Let me grab this guy. This little guy. Come on, little guy. Come with me. I feel so predatorial right here. Like, I'm pulling a mob all the way over here just so I can slaughter it. Hey, get in my van. Come over here and get in my van, little Drake. I've got a little morsels of food you can have or something. I don't know. I feel terrible. Anyway. Well, we either have early access where we are the financial support of the games, or we get investors pushing out games before they are ready and disappoint everyone. Yeah, there's both of those things. Refluctuations. I agree. Yeah, it's kind of bad. No matter which way we go, it's kind of bad, right? When backing, it's a donation. It kind of is, yeah. Quest exploration points. I own a ship. Oh, dude, the whole, yeah, Star Citizen is one of the worst. The college thing is a scam, too. I don't think college is a scam, but I think some degrees within college are a scam. And the amount of money you pay to go to college is kind of a scam. Like, you shouldn't be paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to get a degree. Now, if you're becoming a doctor, yeah, okay, maybe. I can understand that, because once you get into to become a doctor, right, the first 4 years shouldn't be that expensive. The next 4 years to get your doctorate, I can understand that, because you need all this medical equipment. You need a lot of things that are very expensive to learn on so that you can, you know, use that in the doctor's offices and stuff, like, or become a surgeon or whatever. Like, yeah, that makes sense, but I don't think like a 4-year degree to become a teacher should cost as much as some degrees do. I think that is expensive. Anyway, I remember when the medicine scams, you pay them to be able to sell the pills. Oh, yeah. That's still a thing. That's still a thing today. Like, insulin, you know, being super expensive. And just like certain drugs that have patents on them so they can charge you a ton more money for it when they're life-saving drugs. Like, that just feels awful to me. We shouldn't have to deal with that. I wish that everybody got the drugs and medical attention that they need for certain issues. Now, if it's because you have been smoking your entire life and you got lung cancer, well, that's kind of on you. But, you know, if you tried to be a healthy person and you get cancer, I think that those treatments should be a lot more affordable. But anyway, I don't want to get into politics. That's not what this is all about. This is about games. We're talking about video games here. Good morning. How you doing, Tortoise Wizard? I'm doing a little math this morning. Was interested to see what kind of damage you're taking per round off these mobs. I can pull that up for you right over here on the far right-hand side of my screen. You'll see all the damage I'm taking from these mobs. Depends on your school and major. Yeah, school and major. I think some of those are scams, some of those not scams. But, you know, Star Citizen is the prettiest MTX storefront ever. Does it really? Like, I have literally not played or really looked into Star Citizen. I haven't done any of that. Can you flip to incoming damage? Yeah, this is incoming damage. Far right side of the screen is incoming damage. I'm not picky about graphics, except when it comes to blocky graphics like AoE or Minecraft. Just can't get past it. I mean, I'm kind of there with you, right? Like, I don't like the blocky graphics. I really don't. Like I was saying, though, about the Pokemon Pokopia, or Pokopia, whatever it's called. I like that game. It's fun. And it's a great game for my son and I to play together. Would I prefer it not to be square-based graphics? Yes, absolutely. But it's okay. It's blurry. You think the the blocky graphics are blurry? They can be. Yeah. Yeah, next up is war with Iran discussion. I'm not doing that, no. I try to avoid all politics. I try to avoid anything outside of gaming. Maybe we'll do some... I try to avoid anything outside of entertainment. Let's do it that way. Because I love talking about movies, TV shows, music. More so movies and TV shows than anything. But anything entertainment we can talk about, and I'm happy to talk about it. When it gets into politics or any of that other garbage, that's a big nope from me. If you want that stuff, you got plenty of people you can go watch on Twitch. Have at it. It seems like everybody these days wants to talk about politics on their Twitch channel. And you know, just the general climate. We see that everywhere else. Can we have gaming just be separate? Can we just enjoy gaming and entertainment without having to deal with politics? 7 Days to Die, the one exception? Exception of what? In 7 Days to Die? Oh, you're talking about the blockiness stuff? Or graphic stuff? I thought 7 Days to Die was pretty good, but I also think that what is it called? Starve Together. Fantastic game. Terrible graphics. Fantastic game. Loved it. Like, graphics don't mean anything to me. I do not care if they're good graphics or bad graphics. I'll even play a MUD. Absolutely will just play like a text-based adventure MUD. If it's a fun game. Has zero graphics in it. I'm actually going to check out City of Heroes Homecoming again. Uh-oh. Wait, did they relaunch it? Because they shut that down. How are you checking it out? Is it emulated server, or are they doing something else? Great game to play with my boys and feel heroic. Yeah, absolutely. Like, I love that kind of stuff. I love games where you can play with other people, because playing games with others is just more fun. And then I also like games that are great for, like, families, you know? Not just play together, but are great for all ages. That's what I love about Nintendo games in general. You know, Nintendo, anybody can play them at any age and have fun, for the most part. I love Nintendo games. Your combat chat is blurry. You can't see it? I can fix that. Let's do There you go. Is that a little bit better for you? I'll make it smaller later, but hopefully that makes it a little bit better for you so you can see it better. I don't want to make it too big. You love City of Heroes? Yeah. Yeah, I never got into City of Heroes, but I know a lot of people that did enjoy it. About what level are these mobs? These are level 50. 48, 49, and 50. Literally. That's not a guess. That is a guarantee. That's got the Criddle stamp of guarantee on it. Like, why is this bracer? Look at this. This is what is mind-boggling to me. I do not understand. You get this at low level. It's got 5 strength, 3 stamina, -5 charisma, 5 HP, right? It's a pretty low-level item. It comes off like a level 20 mob. Okay? Everybody good on that? We're good. Okay, we saw the stats. Now, this comes off a much higher level mob. All it has is more AC on it. But overall, similar stats, if not worse stats. Like, are you kidding me? Why is this? Why are those stats more than these stats? This is a much higher mob. Doesn't make sense. Well, I mean, you have to think, this is a cloth item. It's all, so everybody can wear it. If this was a plate item with these stats and higher AC, it would just all around be better. It just doesn't make sense, man. That's why they need to do something about the itemization. Anyway, moving on. TV shows and movies are not what they used to be. A few here and there. They aren't. I agree, Brian. TV show, like, pretty much all entertainment has kind of gone very political, and I don't like that. That's why here on this channel, we don't talk politics. We don't talk politics. We don't talk religion. Entertainment. Is it fun? Is it enjoyable? We'll talk about it. Like a movie? Hey, let's talk about a movie. You know, picking the new Mario movie's coming out this weekend, right? Isn't the new Mario movie coming out this weekend? I can't wait to go see that movie. I am so excited for it. Is it cake? Yes, Is It Cake? That's a TV show. My girlfriend watches that sometimes. She loves those kind of shows. Is it tomorrow that it's coming out? It comes out on April Fool's Day? That's funny. He's coming up to get buffs from you. They're going to know our super secret duo spot. No, I'm sure they know it anyway. Yeah, I want to go see what we've kind of talked to the kids about it already at Channing Tatum. You're like, Kurt's going to take his kid to see a movie. We might. It's too expensive to go to movies these days, but for the Mario movie, we might make an exception. We might have to. We went to the last Mario movie when it came out. All 4 of us went. We got popcorn, we got drinks, we got candy, and we sat through the movie and we had a blast. It was so much fun. We really enjoyed it. We might do it again. We'll see. 7 Days to Die used to 7 Days to Die used to have really bad graphics. I played early betas, but not recent versions. I haven't played it recently either. It's been several years since I played it. Call of Heroes Homecoming is a fan recreation. Oh, nice. Okay. So it's an emulated server. Asmongold is a political guide? Yeah. Asmongold has kind of taken gaming and made it more political. A lot of people have done that, though. Exactly, Italica. He'll say whatever gets him views. I try to avoid that. I actually say things that get me negative views. What the heck's going on here? Is he gonna die? What are they doing here? Yeah, I think this mob spawned on him or something. I don't know. They're gonna mess up my whole spawn rotation here. Yeah, it's all good. It's okay, Brew. You're all good, bud. You're all good. Yeah, it just spawned on you. All good. It's just gonna mess up my rotation, but it's fine. Like I'll figure it out next round. There's plenty of mobs up here. I'm not worried about it at all. Mario movie, Jack Black, Minecraft movie, blocky graphics. Ooh. I mean, he was in both of those. Just saw Hail Mary, great movie. That's the one with hang on, don't tell me. Ken from isn't that with him? Hail Mary? What's his name? Oh my god. I don't know why I'm not but Ken from Barbie. Gosling? Yeah, Ryan Gosling. There you go. Ryan Goosling. I'm sure somebody's done this, but they need to make like a goose on Ryan Gosling, like a goose head on Ryan Gosling's body, and call it Ryan Goosling. Looking forward to Mario. I'm looking forward to the Mario movie for sure. Did you take him to Chili's? You know, I don't know if we'll go to Chili's. If we go to the movie, if we go see Mario movie, we're probably not going to take him to Chili's, because then it all gets too expensive. Everything gets all too expensive. But maybe we'll see. Oh, they're putting a fire over here? The heck they putting a fire over here for? That's kind of a dangerous spot. But okay, good luck. Good luck, Brew. Or Bro. I think it's Brew. Whatever. I'm out of your way. No, you're out of the way. You're fine. There's plenty of mobs over there. I'm not worried about it at all. It's a weird spot for you guys to camp, is all I'm saying. Be careful over there. But you're fine if you want to camp there. There's plenty of mobs. I only pull like 2 from over there every round, at most. I can pull them from wherever. It's just not a big deal. Sneak in your popcorn. The popcorn at movie theater, though, tastes different. I would rather sneak in my candy into the movie theater. Went to a movie theater for the first time since COVID this past weekend to see Project Hail Mary. There were 45 minutes of pure back-to-back ads between previews before the movie played. Never going to theater again. Yeah, it's a lot. Asman wasn't the one who made it political. He responded to gaming being political. Everyone pushed an agenda into games. Yeah, but he continued. Asmongold has continued to make things political. He even has just chatting streams where he watches politics, like literally comments on politics. Like that's literally all he does for some of his content these days. I absolutely hate it. Like, absolutely hate it. I don't understand why they do any of that stuff. But whatever. You know, it's a different audience. I'm not worried about it at all. Asmongold's audience and my audience are different. Completely different sets of people. So it does not affect me in the least. Actually, I take that back. Anyone on Twitch or anyone on YouTube affects everyone else on Twitch and YouTube. Specifically, Twitch to Twitch, everyone's affected. Because one of the things I try to do on my channel is make things family-friendly and non-political. But when a parent goes in to preview Twitch and the top streamers on Twitch are very political and not family-friendly, they instantly say, no, I don't want my kid watching this stuff. And then they won't allow their child to watch anything on Twitch because they associate Twitch with being political and not family-friendly. Which is just not necessarily a true statement, but that's the problem. That's how it affects everyone. And that's what I don't like about it. I wish that we could get away from that. But unfortunately, right now, a lot of the top views on Twitch are political and not family-friendly. So, it sucks. His problem is also he reads Twitter posts, de facto truth. Oh, yeah. Everybody. Who doesn't do that, though? Who doesn't do that? You read Twitter, you read Facebook, you see a meme, and you're instantly, that's 100% fact. I mean, I have family members that do that, and it drives me nuts. Oh my gosh, it's so bad. Some might call, let's see. You call him just Ken? I mean, he looks like Ken. Ryan Gosling, like he played a really good Ken. He's a pretty handsome fella. He's a pretty handsome fella. And I'm not afraid to say it. K-Pop Demon Hunters was good. K-Pop Demon Hunters was good. Yeah. It was good. They made a law here that you can bring popcorn from home to movies, but I don't see people doing it. I don't want to do it. Popcorn at movie theaters tastes different. Those popcorn machines are different than bags of popcorn that you make from home. Very, very different. The heck was that? What is that noise? I didn't see what that was. I think that was one of the... Somebody subscribed on YouTube? Or his donation? What was that? I didn't see it come through. But it was loud. Stream says a donation. Okay. Well, thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate it. I will find out what that donation was. Because it didn't come through on my end. I just heard sounds on my end. But thank you so much for the donation. Very much appreciated. I will look it up right now to see what it was. I can see it. It doesn't show up on my alerts here. Alerts! Alert! Alert! And it was really loud, so I need to turn that down on my end. It's this one. Donation. Close this. Edit alert. Alright, there we go. Sound. No, that one's turned down, so that's not that one. Shout out, raid, cheer, give, subscribe, hype train. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, let's go over here. Event list. There we go. Hey, Tortoise Wizard. Thank you so much. $50. I appreciate that, bud. Take the boy to Chili's on me. I will absolutely let him know that you told me to take him to Chili's, and I will take him to Chili's. I can do that, and I know exactly what he'll get. He loves the he gets the pepperoni pizza, the kids' pizza menu, whatever meal, with fries, with ranch on the side, and he gets the molten lava cake. So, I'll 100% let him know that it's from you. But thank you so much. I appreciate it, bud. I thought you had that set up for stream. I do have it set up for the stream. It's not coming in on my stream chat over here. So I've got it all set up. I can see them, but I can hear them. But yeah. Anyway, thank you so much. I appreciate it, bud. That's a huge help. Allows me to take my kiddo out and do something fun. See the disgusting cheeseburger from Chili's commercial? I did not. I did not see that. Thanks for the stream. Got to go. Take care, Klaus. Have a good one, bud. Appreciate you stopping by. My work here is done. Your work here is done, Tortoise. I will let him know for sure. He loves some Chili's. So maybe we will do Chili's for dinner and then go to see the movie. My son, so I'm going to have my son, not this weekend technically, but I got him all next week for spring break. So probably no streams at all next week, Monday through Friday. You probably won't see me at all. We're going to be doing spring break with the family. I might do some YouTube videos. I might do those and upload them while I'm gone, but we'll see. It depends on if I can or not. Depends on the quality of those videos and such. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I saw a channel review a new McDonald's Arch Burger. Oh, jeez. I got to figure out why that alert was so loud, though. There's a follow, a raid, a hype train, shout out, alert, sound. It's at 1%. I wonder if it's somewhere else. Edit? Oh, no, it's not. I don't know why that was so loud to me. I have it muted for you guys, otherwise y'all would have been screaming at me. Oh my god, that's so loud! It was really loud for me. But I'm just glad that it showed up. It was Applebee's. They did a disgusting cheeseburger from Applebee's commercial. I have not seen that. I need to go back and watch all the commercials that McDonald's and all the other places did. I need to watch those. So many fast food and mom and pop joints are closing down because of the cost of food products. The server have gone. Yeah, the prices have gone up a lot. They've gone up a lot. Check Discord. What am I checking Discord for? The Applebee's commercial. Wait, is that a burger inside of grits? I don't have sound on that computer yet. I need to work on that. So I can't hear anything on there, but I can see it. Is that a burger inside of grits though? That's what it looks like. Were they trying to get in the CEO hype stuff? Yeah. It's so gross. I mean, a burger inside of grits isn't gross. But the burger looks fake. I love grits though. But yeah, I don't want bread in my grits. Like that's kind of gross. Oh, that's like a cheese dipping sauce or something is what it looks like. Like what is that? Is it like gravy? I don't even understand what that is. It looks like maybe a white cheese. I mean, I'd be okay with it. I'd eat it. I don't know. I don't want them to put it in the cheese though and serve it to me. But having cheese on the side, like having Mexican food with the cheese dip, I could do that. Hamburger costs more per pound than brisket. Yeah, what is hamburger up to? Last I checked, it was like $7 or something, $8 a pound. But I don't buy it unless it's like $6 or lower. It's in the cheese. It just sits inside the cheese. I mean, I would eat it with the cheese. I like dip it and then take a bite. I could do that. I don't want it sitting in the cheese when I get it though, because then it's just going to be a soggy burger. Oh, I got the hiccups. Yeah, I don't want a soggy burger. That's gross. That's just nasty. I don't know where you live, but FFS. What is FFS? Final Fantasy 8 and 9 or 7 and 8 a pound for ground beef. That's absurd. I'm glad I don't live there. Yeah, it's like $7 or $8 a pound, like at like Publix, but it goes on sale for like $5.99 or something, $6.99. I think $5.99 is when it goes on, like it goes on sale for that. That's usually when I would buy it. So $6 a pound. Hey, what's going on, Impin? How are you? Oh, FFS that way. Gotcha. Gotcha. Like I said, I try to keep it family friendly. So, yeah, I got it. I'm surprised it let you say that. Normally it won't allow that. But whatever. But yeah, it's like $6. Hey, what's going on, Irohini? How are you? Welcome back, my friend. Welcome back. Oh my gosh. Are they pulling all these over here? Oh my gosh. Brew messing me up. I got to pull from way down here now. It's okay. It's okay. We'll make it work. Your kill rate will be going down. Beast Lord is leaving us. Oh, no, it's all good, bro. It's all good. There's plenty of mobs. I just have to go a different direction to get them. And I don't mind sharing. If you're like ground beef and have a wave vacuum seal, store meat, get a burger grinder. Well, you can get a meat grinder. But that's not necessarily always cheaper either. But I agree. It's a good way to do it. I used to love getting like buying cheaper steaks and grinding them up. But I like really, really fatty burgers. So like when I get burger meat, I get 80% or like 20%, 80%, or I even like 70-30. 70-30 makes the best burgers. Because then you get really fatty. Make these giant patties. Those patties shrink down because the fat kind of absorbs into them. But oh my gosh, do they taste good. I buy 3 pounds of 80-20 at a time for 15 to 16 on the regular. So that's like $5 a pound. And that's about what I pay as well. But I just have to get it when it's on sale. But I don't buy it when it's not on sale. A good brisket has a lot of fat in it? It does, yeah. But certain brisket I don't like. Like, I don't want to have the gristle. I don't want to have to chew on fat. So it's I don't know, it's weird. I like fat in my beef, but I don't want it to be like super duper chewy. Why are these mobs literally going in the exact same direction on top of each other? Separate. Come on. We're going to try to get this one. Hopefully it doesn't pull the other one. Okay, good. That was close. That was close. Do these mobs drop any coin? They do, yeah. They drop coin. They don't drop anything else. But they do drop coin. They can also drop your health. Now, these are pretty good to XP on, though, from like 48, 49, all the way up to like 56, 57. These are pretty good for like easy mobs to kill. Yeah, I don't want that lean meat. Not for burgers. Get 90%, lean meat for burgers is just... they don't cook right. You got to get some real fatty beef for burgers. That's what makes them taste good. Fatty beef, and then you add in like a stick of butter. Get a flat top grill. Put some butter down. Get the 70-30 meat. And make like a good half-pound burger, third-pound burger, something like that. A third-pound patty. And it'll cook down. A lot of that fat will cook down, but absorb into the meat. Oh my gosh! Put some McCormick's seasoning on there with some Worcestershire. I just told you guys my famous recipe for delicious burgers. Make them into a ball, though. Make them into a ball, right? Put them on a flat top grill and then smash them down. So stinking good. Never smoked a brisket. Had chewy fat. Usually it was absorbed in the beef. I've had it with chewy fat before. You just got to be careful with how you cook it. I don't cook brisket, though. Some of us are fighting for our lives, trying to fit into jeans. Well, I mean, I understand that. Don't get the fatty meat and the stick of butter if you're trying to lose weight. That definitely won't work. But oh my God, will it taste good. I'm the same way with the steaks. Yeah, I like my steaks to be more meaty, less fatty. But my girlfriend got me on to chuck eye steaks. And they are a mixture of meat. They've got a good bit of meat on them, but they also have some fat. Very, very tender steak, and they're not going to break the bank. I mean, they're not the cheapest steak out there, but they're not super expensive. Very, very good. And you just sear both sides of it, like get very high heat. Sear the side with butter and McCormick seasoning. And then you sear both sides of it. A couple minutes on each side. Oh, because they're good inch or more thick. So you need to definitely put them on there for like 2 minutes on each side. And a lot of people are like, wow, 2 minutes on each side, you're going to burn your burger. Trust me. You could probably put them on for like 3 minutes on each side, and it would still be red in the center. It's so delicious. So delicious. That's why I buy chuck roast and chop them into steaks myself. Couldn't agree more. Yeah, so good. Sirloins, yeah, sirloins are good as well. They're very, they're less fat in those. Sirloins are a good, cheaper steak. I just like the chuck eye because it's tender. It's more tender than sirloins. The what? Yeah, he's been getting on about this time. Which name? Oh, down to the... Oh, yeah. Yeah. I doubt it. Hey, go for it. Once we get to 60, I mean, I'll level up a character with you. I can make like a druid or something. I mean, we already have a cleric. No, I don't know. I can make something. Yeah, that's kind of silly. I don't know why he chose cleric. That it seems like the worst option. Well, we'd have solo pulls and more DPS for our group. Like, yeah, he probably didn't want to do that because he didn't want to burn out for early access, which is probably good. Yeah, you probably have time to level 1 up before any of those changes come into effect, though. At least get one up to like 40 or something pretty easily. Oh, man, 55. You know, we're supposed to get astronomical DPS increase. That's what everybody says. It's triple attack, man. This makes you a god, apparently. It doesn't, by the way. It does not do that. You think it's slower than Alpha? It might be. Did you solo a lot in Alpha, Brew? Nothing was... literally nothing is going to be slower than what we did in Alpha. There's no possible way. If they make it slower, they broke something. Like, we leveled the absolute slowest way possible. It was awful. Make it even slower? I think the game needs to be slower, yeah. Yep. Full group in... yeah, we had a full group of 6 in Alpha all the time. And that was when group XP was really bad. Like, full group XP in the Alpha was... You had to kill 12 mobs to equal 1 mob for a solo. I'm not kidding, by the way. Like, literally, I could solo 1 mob and get the same amount of XP as killing 12 in a group of 6. It was bananas. Really want to see some metrics on how long it takes inexperienced people who've never been in alpha beta. Yeah, I would like to see that too. Now, I would love to see that. Maybe we'll see that in the future. The heck? I mean, you're seeing that here, Italica. You're seeing that here on this server some. I think they need to open up another beta server, invite 5,000 people to it, and be like, this is a test server to see how it's going to look on early access launch. I don't think they need to do it right now, but maybe like for all of May, like at the end of April, just give people, like give 5,000 people access all at the same time. Or like 2,500 lotteries all go out at the same time to go to a specific server, and they can invite a friend. And then that would be a good indication of this is what early access will look like. It's kind of what they did with this beta server that we have now, but this beta server had a lot of people that played, well, I would say like 2,000 of them played in the alpha, the closed alpha, and those people already knew what to do, they knew where to go, they knew pretty much everything about the game, and it skews the numbers quite a bit. Even if you have new players coming in and playing normally, it still skews the numbers because those other players can advance quickly and give out, like, they add money, they add materials, they add a lot to the economy. You know, I've given away tons of items to people, which has helped those lower level players, you know, level up faster. So, you know, it definitely skews the economy some. If you were to have an alt class to play, what would you pick beyond fighter? I'm kind of thinking, I don't know, I've got a couple of them in mind. I don't really know yet, to be honest. I might make a Spellblade. I don't know. Beastmaster could be fun. I would like to play a monk. I love monks. But Gith or Isar will be playing a monk for our static group, so we won't need another monk. And he's on all the time, so I really don't need to have a monk. It'd be kind of a pointless class for me to play. Any idea, Pop, of the PvP server or PvE server? This one right now that we're on. It currently has 392 players on it. Are there competitive mobs like dragons? Yes. I opted in for the PvP server beta keys. Figure only way I might get a chance to test things. And now that item loot is gone, I'll enjoy it even more. What do you mean that item loot is gone? I'm not sure what that means. As each was called, advised on the exact amount of zones to be released with early access. Early access is going to have 26 zones, I believe. At the start of early access. The monk looks awesome. Wow, that's not as much as I expected. Wait, what? For the monk? Or the population of this server? Yeah, the population of the server is 392. Well, that's what's currently online, right? There is about 3,000, like 2,500-ish or so players that can access this server. But there's about 400 online right now. Really want to see what they do when they actually fill out Monk's abilities above 15. I do too. Yeah, I'm very curious. The population, you can see it in game. It's right here. Right there. There are 392 players in Monsters and Memories matching your search. And my search was everybody. They do, yeah. If you scroll through, you'll see Anonymous is there and Roleplay is there. You have to, if you do all, it shows everybody. Yeah. Monks look fun. They do look fun. Yeah, some of the upcoming changes for monks hopefully are going to be good. We'll see. You could loot a piece of equipment from players you killed. Made the early levels a nightmare because you didn't have no drop gear yet. Yeah, okay. You're talking about loot rights. Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do with that, but yeah, they made it to where you can't loot equipment from other players. I mean, personally, PvP in this game is just going to be a disaster no matter what. It's just going to be a disaster. But, you know, good luck to those people that want to try it. Hopefully you have fun and you enjoy it. Sean was saying that they might switch 40 to go to 39 hell level instead of 40. That's what he was saying on his stream yesterday, so I don't know if they're going to do it or not, but that's what he was mentioning. Yeah. Well, we think it is, but if you actually look at the statistics, it's not. I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know what's up with it. It has its charm. PvP, a solid game, is all about class knowledge and mechanic knowledge more than reactions. It is, yeah, but it basically becomes a big grief fest. You know, anybody killing anybody, you just have like a... Oh, I'm sitting here soloing for a little while, or I'm fighting a hard monster, and somebody just comes in and starts nuking the group. Feels bad. Out of those 26 zones you mentioned for early access, Evershade Weld and Phelan Draw count as 2? No, I believe those count as 1. I'm counting them as 1. I think it's 27 if you count those as 2. I said this a couple weeks ago. PvP is a traditional meaning. Hang on. Does not exist in gaming anymore. Yeah, well, it doesn't. Not in the same way. It really doesn't. Because people just play differently these days. You know, like PvP back 20 years ago was more roleplay focused. There were always going to be griefers, but there's just so many of them now. That's the main way to play these days. No. They haven't even announced a date for it. Yeah, they got 2 months left. DAOC is aggressive. DAOC did a great job with PvP. I think that realm versus realm PvP is like... When you're talking about PvP, you have to do it from the ground up. You have to design your game with PvP in mind. DAOC with their realm versus realm did it right. Ultima Online with everybody being able to kill everybody and you basically gearing up your stats or your skills the way that you want based on the skill that you used is what went up. That makes it fair, right? It makes everybody just all these choices. But when you have a game like EverQuest, it's not fair anymore. It just becomes very unfair. When you have a class that can literally one-shot any other class in the game with one spell, it's like, okay, well, wait a minute, you know, like, that seems pretty unfair. Oh my gosh. Ah, come on. God, I got two. I don't know. I hate trying to pull these mobs from over here. Save me. No, we're good, bro. We're good. You do your thing over there. We're fine. PvP, Monster Memories EQ is actual PvP. There's no incentive for it, and you PvP because you enjoy it. Yeah, but that's the thing. You PvP to grief people now, right? Back then, in 1999, early 2000s, PvP was looked at differently. It was done differently. It was looked at differently. It was approached differently. Everything about it was different. It was the same, but it was different. The mental reasoning for doing it was different. And people looked at it differently. Today, people don't look at it the same. Which is what I'm trying to say. Oh my god. I taunted that thing twice and stunned it. Shoehorning PvP in a game designed for PvE is going to be a mad best. That's what I think. I mean, but that's kind of what they did with EverQuest. So you have to think about it in terms of when it was released as well, right? When EverQuest 1 was released in 1999, you had way fewer players overall, and you had people of a different mentality going into video games. They didn't go in thinking on an online video game, hey, I'm going to run around and grief other players because I think it's funny. That wasn't the mentality going into PvP servers. I'm sure there were people that did it, but it wasn't what the vast majority of PvPers were doing. They went to a PvP server because they're like, oh, this is a really cool concept. I can fight other players if I want to, you know, and that kind of thing. Fast forward 25 years, and now players are going, oh, I can go and grief somebody. Oh, I can see them kiting a mob and they're trying to get XP, and I can just steal the mob when it's at 1% health and get the loot off of that mob. Oh, neat. You know, I can train people and make their day terrible because I know what it means to be trained. I know how it feels to be set back, you know, hours in my XP. Yay, I'm going to go do that because I think it's funny. Completely different objective, right? And that's what I think has happened with gaming over the past 25 or so years. I think people now, they want to be in a PvP game like this because they want to pick on other people. Because they're socially weird or awkward or whatever it is. I don't know what's going on with them. But maybe they were picked on in real life, so they go on a video game to pick on others. That's what they do. Like a vast majority of them do that. And they have fun with it until they become the victim. Then they all quit. So now what you see is these really sweaty players that go into the game and they kill off all of the casual players that are wanting to play it old school like it was in 1999. Be like, oh, I'm playing a high elf paladin and I see a dark elf necromancer. I'm going to PvP them because I'm a high elf paladin and they're a necromancer. That's the way they did it in 1999. Now it's, I am a better class than their class and they are sitting at half health while trying to rest. I'm going to kill them. Like, that's literally what they do. And they just grief other players until they get bored of it. And it ruins it. It ruins the entire experience for everyone. I hate it. Anyway, question about your skill bar on the right. I don't recall my skills progressing like yours, showing when you can use it. Is that setting you have on? No, that's default now. I don't know if it was always default, but it is default now. I don't think it was default originally. Like 6 months ago. I don't remember when they changed it, but it's been a while. PvP, then 98% people. I can fight others if I want to. Duel on equal footing. Yeah, exactly. PvP now is 98% grief. It really is. It really is. As someone who played EQ 99, I can tell you players aren't any different now in griefing mentality. And they absolutely... Okay, so... I'll restate what I was saying. It's not all players. Like, you're saying that there were people griefing back in 1999. Yes, there were. Let's say 10% of the players back then. Now it's like 90% of the players. That's the difference, right? It was a much smaller portion of the player base back then that were just being buttheads to be buttheads. Now they do it because they know they can. They know how to do it better, and they just do it. So it's a much larger percentage. Not to say it never happened back then, and not to say that everyone does it now, but it's a much larger percentage now than it was back then. Only be fun if there was roleplay reason for it. Yeah, I agree. UO is also no different with outlaws murdering noobs. UO is very different, extremely different. How UO was different is EverQuest had classes. Those classes had very strict guidelines of what they could do. Ultima Online, you create a character, and you could change that character to be anything that you wanted based on the skills that you chose. So if you find out that you are not as good as another player, you could just change your skills. Right? Now you can't do that. In EverQuest or Monsters and Memories, you can't do that. A wizard is a wizard is a wizard. I can't change my wizard into a fighter. You know, you just literally can't do it. So that's the difference. A very big difference between those. Any tips in leveling fighter to level 10 for dual wielding? This past weekend was really rough leveling a fighter to 10. Until after this, it seemed so much better. So, group. As a fighter, get in a group. That's it. That's the best thing I can tell you. Certain classes just require a group. I'm going to agree to disagree. I hate agree to disagree. Anyway, that's not the point of this, though. You also didn't have level locks for her you can engage in gear differences. It didn't, no. But there was repercussions from that, right? If you killed another player that had a higher faction than you, your faction dropped. If you tried to go to a town as a murderer, guards would kill you. That didn't happen in EverQuest. That didn't happen in this game. Like, it's not a thing. So you would also your name color would change in Ultima Online, and other players would see that and be like, "Oh, that's a murderer. I can kill them and gain faction." It was a whole thing. The whole game was built around PvP. EverQuest was not. Very, very, very different things. Extremely different. For what it's worth, currently 97, 91 people have picked their server selection on the website. Yeah, Yeah, 8.5%. I agree. What con are those Dark Drakes doing? Do you like the current TTK challenge? I think the TTK needs to go up. I think it's too short still. These are level 48, 49, and 50 mobs. So they're dark blue to me currently. You know, these are okay to duo, but when you get in like a party of 6, you know, you just kind of burn through mobs very quickly. Played a fighter this playtest, absolutely loved it. I like the fighter. It's a boring-ish class to play, but I like it. Oh my gosh. Separate. There we go. But yeah, PvP was just different back then than it is today. I like anybody that goes to PvP, have fun, enjoy it if you want to play it. I'm warning against it for people that don't know what they're getting into. The people that know what they're getting into and they like it and they want to deal with griefers and all that kind of stuff, go for it. It's literally going to be griefers dealing with griefers, and it's whoever griefs the most. The other people are going to quit. That's what's going to end up happening. Because also back in EverQuest 1999 and even in Ultima Online, you had two different types of PvPers. You had the PvPers that were griefers and really annoying and just decided to kill everybody. And then you had the PvPers that went after those people. They enjoyed that kind of gameplay. They would go after those kind of people, and they would find out, through reputation, they would find out who the real bad guys were and the people that were griefing. And you would have these white knights that are going around killing all those players. And it made a fun dynamic. Now you don't have that anymore. Now you have griefers and then more griefers and then the biggest griefers of all. That's literally all you have. And then you have those very few people that want to play the game like more roleplay oriented and with the ability to PvP. They end up getting griefed by all of those other people so much that they end up quitting the server. Then the griefers start griefing each other, realize it's not fun to be griefed anymore. Then they start to quit. And then it ends up just being the top end griefers griefing themselves all day long. And then it's not fun anymore. Like, that's all they have is just griefers and griefers and griefers. And that's it. Like, it's just, the whole thing just ends up not being fun. It's going to be a dead server within a couple weeks. It really, like, and I'm not kidding. Like, if I would be shocked if those servers take off. The PvP server. I will be absolutely shocked and stunned. And I will eat my words if they are not dead within a month. I just don't see it happening. Because of people are going to be jerks because they can and they can get away with it. Have you done any agility stacking on a fighter? I have, yes. Yeah, agility is pretty good on a fighter for dodge and parry. It increases your chances quite a bit. PvPers are screaming for a sound nerf. That tells me all I need to know. Well, yeah, that's exactly what it is. The gaming population has grown significantly, and so has the number of disruptive players. Yeah, exactly. Many gravitate towards the same PvP games, creating a critical mass that ends up griefing much of the player base out of the game. As a result, we're left with very small population, full loot PvP games. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah. Like, it's sad that really just becomes people because they think it's funny. We have now, back in 1999, we didn't have Twitch and YouTube and live streaming. You don't have one player going out griefing a bunch of other players and then hundreds of people watching them do it and all of them laughing together at the misfortune of that other player. You just don't have it you didn't have it back then, and now you do. It's literally a thing now. That was never even around then. So anyway, it's just a very different thing today. Well, that's what they're saying they want to do. They want to do the wild changes now so that we have a good foundation, and then smaller changes when it comes to early access. I don't think so. Like, I think the classes now are in a decent place. They just are unbalanced. But, like, they need to get the foundations in, right? Like, that's the problem, is they don't have the foundations. They can absolutely do that if they can do that. The problem is what they were previously doing, which was nothing. I'm not going to go into details on that right now, but you know what I'm talking about. Like, literally it wasn't getting done. And now they're like, okay, now it needs to be done, so we're going to stick 5 people on it and get it done. You think there will be enough people to sustain an RP server? I think there's enough people that want to do it, but not enough people that will actually play on it and continue to do it. I just don't think it'll, like, yeah, they could have one, sure. But it'll be one server for RP, and I think that it'll be popular in the beginning, just like PvP, super popular in the beginning, and then it'll eventually die off. Why it will eventually die off is very much for the same reason that PvP will die off. Very much the same reason. I think that people will go into it wanting to do RP, but then quickly find out that, you know, the other players on the server are not going in for RP. And then it eventually will just get to a point where it's not even an RP server anymore. You know? You're going to have some, like, group of 6 players that are just trying to be better than everybody else. And it's like, hey, we're going to go to the RP server because most of the people on this server are going to want to RP. And we're just going to blast through the content, do all the stuff, camp everything. And we're going to be able to use the way that they want to play against them. It's unfortunate, but that's probably what's going to end up happening. We just don't play games the way we used to. It's very, very sad. Now, could they enforce RP? Sure. But how do you enforce RP for those 6 players that are playing? As long as they're running around killing stuff and just playing the game and talking amongst themselves, they're not necessarily not RPing, you know? I'm role-playing a camp stealer. You know, like, they can twist it. It's the whole thing. I just don't see a lot of that stuff happening and turning out well. Can't wait for this game. I can't either. Sean's wording on classes yesterday was really interesting about finding a class identity and sticking to it and not getting off course. I felt like that was maybe pointed in a recent past issue. No speculating. Yes. That's all I'm going to say. Yes. Classes, for a while in this game, I have been very vocal on it, extremely vocal on it. So, you know, it's not new information for most people that have been in my channel for a while. Classes in this game have had very little direction for months. I've been playing this game very hardcore for about a year now. And the class direction has been awful in a lot of ways. They have recently... Sean's been talking about it. They've recently put out posts on Discord about it. And they're trying to fix that over the next couple of months. It's just been very, very bad. Maybe that's why Nick is no longer on the team. Again, I'm not making speculations. I'm not going to be the person that does that. But I'm glad that they're making changes of whatever's happening. Like, what I'm talking about specifically, because this is not, you know, speculation on Nick or anything like that. I'm talking about these posts under here, the class update, this post right here, and this item post right here. Those are what I'm talking about. They have literally posted on the topic saying that big changes are coming to both of those things. Big changes need to come to both of those things because they've been very, very bad for at least the last 6 months. I mean, technically... forever. They've just been bad. The balancing of this game has been off since I've been playing it. Every time they make a tweak, it's like weird changes that don't make any sense. Pets at one point were more powerful than players, and then they were way weaker than players, and then they were more powerful again, and they went back and forth many times. They couldn't dial it in. The recent 2-month stretch where it was recently just 3 or 4 classes being worked on every patch was just nuts and almost demoralizing. Yeah, it was awful. Like, oh, we got to rework on Beastmaster. Oh, guess what, guys? We got another rework on Beastmaster. Oh, guess what? We added an ability to Beastmaster. Oh, now we took away an ability from Beastmaster. Do something else to a different class. Like, seriously. Do anything to any other class. You know? Oh, wait, we did something to a different class. We took Commune with the Honorable away from Elementalist. Oh, by the way, we also added this other thing to Beastmaster. Like, what the heck, guys? Like, come on. Can we look at other classes and say what's wrong with these classes? Can we make small tweaks to everything and get them balanced where they need to be? Can we get the rogue poisons in finally? You know, can we not add in a melee supplication ability to clerics? Like, that didn't need to be added. I don't know why it was ever added. It didn't make any sense. They added it, then they took it away, then they added it again, they changed it. What the heck? Like, we're wasting tons of time on abilities that don't need to be there. It's crazy to me. To be fair, Beastmaster wasn't even a class for the longest time. You had a pet, strike. No. It needed some work, sure. It still needs work. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, like, 100% of focus was going to one class. Or, like, a handful of classes. Like, 3 or 4 classes were getting looked at. And all of these other issues with the other 14 classes. There's 18 classes in this game, which is too many classes in my opinion. But 18 classes in this game, why are we constantly going over 2 or 3 or 4 of them? Like, can we get an idea of what we want the class to be and do that? Rather than, let's try this, now let's try this, now let's try this, now let's try this. We'll eventually get there, guys. Don't worry, it's coming. We're going to get there at some point in the future. This is going to be an ongoing thing forever and ever. Yeah, we realize that. Balancing will never be perfect. Balancing will never be finished. Right? That's fine. But can we get a foundation first? Can we get where we're supposed to be? And then we can balance from there. But that was the problem, is we kept trying to recreate the wheel on the same classes over and over and over. And it was proving to be difficult. And literally leading to nothing. Make tree form shelter. Make wolf form better than Sal. These are important issues. Yes, those are very important issues. I do think that tree form should be shelter, though. I mean, come on. Stuff was being added and taken away with no actual data. I saw one stream when an ability was added because it feels good. Yeah. Like, oh, we added shaman nukes. We have a whole shaman cold nuke line. Why? Because somebody in chat said that shaman should get nukes. Okay. Nukes. Why they were put in the game like that? Who knows? Who knows? Like, they were not balanced. They were just thrown into the game. They were literally just copy and pasted from other classes. In a lot of ways. Like, there was a lot of stuff like that happening. And that stuff needed to stop happening. You know, like, I don't know. There's a lot of weird choices. There still are a lot of weird choices. We'll have to see, you know, what they do in the future. But anyway, like, I don't know. I can go on and on and on and on and on about all of that. Like, I could literally talk about it for hours. But yeah, the fact is that we need to get a foundation in place for every single class in this game. What it is that they're going to do, right? There's still people that are saying fighters can flex into DPS. Based on what? Why do you think fighters are flexing into DPS? That's not, excuse me, that is not their role. That is not what they do. At least it wasn't. I made this point the other day on my stream, like this was like a month or so ago. And I said, it's going to feel really bad if somebody starts a class expecting it to play a certain way, they level it up to 60, and then find out that they decide to change the class completely after spending hundreds of hours leveling that class because on their website it says this, but then in design they made it this. That's going to feel really bad for somebody. Oh, a shaman. What if we took shaman all of a sudden and said, oh, nope, it is now a melee DPS class. It's no longer a healer. After you spent 500 hours leveling it to 60 as a healer, and then they're like, nope, we're now going to change it to a melee DPS class. Would that not feel bad? Would you not be like, wow, I feel duped here? So that's why I say we need to get that foundation in. Like, they need to have that in place. People need to know what class they're playing. A little bit of a bummer, I'll admit to hear. This weekend got me very excited for a game, and it sounds like definite concern with devs understanding if the game they're making. Well, that's the thing, Carpet. They know what the game is they want to make. There's just been some very odd choices with those classes and with some of the things that they've done over the past couple of years. So, like, they have the idea of where they want to get to, but those things weren't being followed. I guess they weren't. There was very little follow through with some of those. To which classes started to lose their identity. They're trying to now get back to that. They're trying to now say, hey, here's where we want to be. So we'll have to see what they do over the next month or so. I woke up with a delirious state and for some reason thought they disabled charm completely. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to that. I don't think they should do it, but I wouldn't be opposed to it. I agree with them needing to lock down important class design decisions for EA, similar to how pre-charm changes are enchanters. Did not dump stat charisma, and now is a disadvantage for dumping int into character select. Yeah, exactly, Tortoise. That's kind of the point that I'm trying to make. Like, at character creation, you need to know what stats you want to put stat things into. They're going to be doing that as well, doing a whole character creation overhaul to where character creation is going to have, you're going to be able to make, I don't know how they're going to do it, like hover over a stat and it says, this is going to increase your physical DPS. You know, that kind of thing. Or stamina, this is going to increase your health pool as you level up. It's going to start telling you that information because right now it doesn't. You have to kind of guess what those things do. Somebody came in earlier and they're like, agility, what does that do? Is that going to increase your proc chance? No. Dexterity increases your proc chance. Agility increases your dodge, parry, and block chance. So how would people know that unless they're told that? And, you know, then you have trying to design your character. You're trying to play a class, and you're trying to pick those things, and you don't know that information going in, and then you're going to end up playing that character for hundreds, if not thousands, of hours. That could feel really bad. I don't support removing charm, but I won't get upset if I do. Yes, I would absolutely not get upset if they remove charm. Whimsical class changes, additions not being vetted by the team. That's 100% yes, Young. That was what was happening for a while, and they're trying to get around that now. They're trying to fix that now because they shouldn't be changing things that are drastically different from one class to another class. Like, you know, taking a fighter and adding in, this is just my opinion now, adding in crit chance, adding in merciless assault that gives them this physical damage Why? Why are we adding? Now it's starting to look like a DPS class and not a tank. So now if I created a fighter based on the website that says a premier tank, right? That's literally what the website says. But now I go into the game and it's actually a premier DPS class. Well, what the heck? Why the discrepancy? Where, like, how would I have known that that's what that class is based on the description that they gave? So that's kind of what we're trying to get to, and what the devs, I think, are trying to get to. Where does Module 1 get released? Is it before Early Access? Module 1 is going to be a few months after Early Access, around September. So June 1st, Early Access. Sometime September, October-ish. Somewhere around there, you can expect Module 1. Have you tested high agility on your fighter? Yes, I have, and it works. High agility definitely is very good for defensive on any of the tanks. Feels like some classes just got forgotten as well. Yeah, exactly, Zinfar. Some classes just got absolutely forgotten. You know? Oh, they've got their basic kit, and now we're just going to kind of forget about them. You know? Like, yeah. While I appreciate the access to the devs we have, I do think the direct ear of people designing the classes, yes. Yeah, it was not a good decision. Exactly. That's where I think that they need more of a PR person to talk to the community and get information from the community and talk to the devs. So it's funny. It's funny, but it's true. If you've ever watched the movie Office Space and you have the guy that he's like, so you actually talk to the customers. Well, no, my secretary does that. So you actually talk to the programmers. Well, no, my secretary does that. And they're like, well, what is it that you do here? Right? That guy. That job is absolutely needed in some ways, right? Because you need somebody that is a people person that knows how to talk to the community and how to talk to the programmers and understand both sides of that. You need somebody that can explain the difference to each of those. Those are the people that should be talking to both parties. I think that the devs being able to talk and have streams and stuff is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But, you know, it needs to be done seldomly. Like what Sean does, I think, is a good idea. A couple hours, a couple days a week. He talks to the community. He gives you some information. He gives you some feedback. I think he does a good job of that. Not everyone has that ability, right? Not everyone is good at explaining technical things to non-technical people, and not everyone is good at taking information from the community and giving it back to the devs and explaining that in a way. It's just not everybody's good at that, and I think we're getting a lot is getting lost in translation when that happens. You know, I want the devs to be able to stream and all that kind of stuff, but I feel like there's things that get lost there with the communication. I really don't think the first 10 points being poorly spent makes or breaks a character. It can. It depends. Especially with the charm situation right now. You're talking about 10-point difference in charm or for charisma on some classes. Those 10 points can make a very big difference in if charm holds or not. So it can make a very big difference. If you're talking about like stamina right now for me, I believe gives 6 or 7 health per stamina. So you're talking about 70 health at the at the end of the day. You're talking about 70 health difference if it's 7 health. That can make a pretty big difference when you're min-maxing. It depends. If you're not a min-maxer, no, it's not gonna make any difference. But for min-maxers, that 10 points makes a big difference. 6, 7. But anyway, I'd rather have weekly stream. That's another thing I was going to say. Yeah, thank you for reminding me of that one. I think that a good PR person where they do a weekly or a bi-weekly stream and they bring in a guest star or whatever, like have a PR person, and this week on Friday, the Friday fireside chats that Diablo does, I think are exactly how Monsters of Memory should do it going forward. It's a Friday fireside chat hosted by, whoever they want to host it, and they bring on Sean to talk about new areas that they're building. They bring on Zillith to talk about new class systems that they're making. They bring on Chinny D to talk about a new dungeon he's building. They bring on Nicodemus to talk about the new quest that they're adding in, or ZBrush or Zukin for art, or Goblin or whatever. Bring on, have those people come on once a week and talk about it, and have it to be more structured. They can still stream on their channels and still talk about things, but have them just talk about what it is that they are currently doing on their stream. Not kind of talking about everything as a whole, because I feel like that's where things get kind of muddied or muddled. Is it muddied or muddled when you're talking about that? I don't know. But anyway, having Sean's pretty good about it, so I'm going to pick on him. We're going to use him as my example. And I don't think he'll mind. But if he does, sorry, Sean, you're part of the internet now. But I think that, Sean, for example, if you go into his stream and you're like, hey, Sean, how does this and this and this and this work about class design? He's going to go ask Zillith. Go talk to Zillith, because that's literally what Zillith is doing. Or if how does this and this and this work when it comes to, the art style? Oh, go ask ZBrush or Zukin. He defers to the person that actually knows that information rather than trying to answer it himself, because he knows that he might be wrong. Being an intelligent person is knowing I might be wrong. That's why I am not an intelligence person. I just spit out a bunch of information because I think I'm right on everything. I don't think. I know. I know I'm right. No. That's the thing. I know that I'm not right, but I have opinions. So yeah, I think you need to have you need to mix it up a little bit, right? Anyway, I'm a people person, exactly. I love Sean's passion for the game and how much he wants to be right in the thick of it, but I find his reluctance to hire a community manager weird. I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's weird, but I get what they're trying to do. They don't have the money to hire a community manager. They're a volunteer team. But I think that maybe having a volunteer community manager might be a good thing. Somebody that is officially a community manager, right? Because in some ways, and I'm not trying to get in on a community manager job or anything by saying this, but in some ways, somebody like myself or other content creators are kind of community managers. Okay. They're kind of community managers in a sense. I go out, I gather the information from the team, I gather information from the community, and I kind of try to put all that into perspective and then regurgitate that back out during a stream, right? Or I put it into a YouTube video or whatever. I think they need to have somebody like that, somebody that's good with words, somebody that's not argumentative, like myself, but somebody that can just tell you, this is the plan for what the devs like, and here's what the community wants to see or would like to have, and here's the devs, and have somebody be that person that you go to with that information. How am I trying to say it? Somebody that has some authority, because people come to me and they, hey, Criddle, what is your thoughts on this, 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 and this? Well, I have zero authority, right? I'm just giving you my opinion on all of this information. But let's assume for a second that Niche Worlds Cult, Sean, got me on as a volunteer and said, hey, everyone, going forward, Criddle is going to be a community or not project manager, but a community relations person. That gives me some form of authority. So when people come in and they say, hey, Criddle, what are your thoughts on this information? And I give them my information, that gives me the authority to speak on that behalf, right? And then people will say, okay, so that's how it's going to be going forward. Right now, it's 100% my opinion. And that's the difference in the two things. We can't have somebody that's not a representative of Niche World's cult without actually having that authority. Does that make sense the way that I said that? I don't know if it does. It may or may not. But yeah, both can work. Exactly. Both can work. It just depends on how they do it and the person's their demeanor, you know? I think that you need somebody that, like, another thing I'll say about that authority. If Sean came to me and said, hey, Criddle, we would like to have you on part of the team as a volunteer member to be more of an authoritative figure on, you know, the community management side of things. Okay, cool. In that case, I would probably hold my opinions more, right? I wouldn't talk the way that I do. I wouldn't just verbalize literally everything that came into my mind. I would be much more reserved. So you're going to approach it differently as a community manager than you also would as I'm just a content creator trying to make content about the game. They should be approached in different manners. One that I really like, the community manager for Fellowship. If you heard of the game Fellowship, that community manager is fantastic. I love that guy. Like, he does such a good job of getting the information from the devs and listening to the community and then putting that back out there as, here's the facts on what the devs are trying to do. But acknowledging, hey, here we hear the community and what the community wants. Crap, I got two, Isar. Oh, switch your pet. Sorry. Anyway, hopefully that makes sense. Can I come up and hang out with you guys at Drake's after this name? Sure. Yeah, you can come up here, Ashira. Come on down. Right, that's what I mean. Someone would volunteer for it. Yeah, I think that'd be a good idea. Someone to volunteer for it and take that role. I think it would be a good idea. I mean, you know, you would need somebody knowledgeable about the game, but also understanding of the community, somebody that understands how Discord works, somebody that knows how to stream, you know, a good personality for streaming. Like, it would need to be a very specific type of person. And then have them stream on a Monsters and Memories Twitch channel specifically, right? And any type of money that goes into that channel goes back to the game. Right now, they don't want to take any money from the community, so they could just make it a no money on the channel, not monetize it at all. Then if devs wanted to stream, they could stream on their own. You know, like when Sean streams and he just talks to the community, tells his stories of becoming a developer, and, you know, shows off a little pieces of things that he's working on. Cool. That's fine. But when you want to get factual information, you go to the Monsters and Memories Twitch channel and watch it there. That's the solid information that has been approved of talking about by the devs. Everything else and all the other channels is just hearsay, speculation, etc. Because it kind of is anyway, you know? I've heard Sean say something, and then I heard another dev say something completely different. And it's because they didn't know. They had two different answers to the exact same question. And it's because they didn't know what some other person might have been working on or doing or whatever. Feisty would beg to differ. You'll hardhead. Oh, I'm very, yeah. Me as Criddle would not be a good community representative or anything like that, or community manager. Absolutely not. I would be a very different person if I was a community manager for a game. What's the best weapons to dual wield? Like literally the best weapon? You want me to give you the name of them? Those would be raid bosses. But if you're talking about just like stats wise, it depends. You want to have a good ratio. That's really all you're looking for in a weapon, is a good damage delay ratio. I would literally do all that except stream. I suck at talking to myself, sort of. Yeah, and that's the thing, Ashira. Like, it's tough. Being a community manager is hard. It's very hard. You have to have very good written skills, spoken skills, and be able to talk to communities of games and be able to talk on the technical aspect of whatever game or whatever it is that you're community manager of. It is not an easy job. And I think that's why it's hard for them to find somebody to do that. You got to have somebody that's very, very knowledgeable. What does leveling from 50 to 60 look like? Is it really just grinding the same mobs over and over? Yeah, kind of, Copperhead. Kind of. I could do it, but I just don't want to. I think that's another thing. A lot of people probably could do it, but they don't want to, you know? That's kind of where I'm at right now, in a sense. You know, would I like to be part of the Monsters and Memories team? Absolutely. I think it would be fantastic. I think it would be a lot of fun. I would love to be on the ground floor of developing a video game, especially one that I was passionate about. So yes, in that aspect, absolutely. And I would do it as a job in a heartbeat, right? If they wanted to hire me. However, on the flip side of that, I really like playing the game. I like making YouTube and Twitch content for the game. And I want to be able to discover things on my own as I play through it. And I want to be able to play with my friends and do all that content. I want to be able to go to raids and, you know, get world first, things like that, without somebody going, oh, you're a dev or you work for the company, therefore that doesn't count. So there's two contradicting things going on there. So while I would love to do that, I also wouldn't want to do it, you know? And I think there's a lot of people in that same boat. You know, if I was a content creator for Monsters and Memories, which I am, and they came to me and said, hey, Criddle, we would like for you to be our community manager and do content creation for Monsters and Memories in an official capacity, I would say, cool, let's talk about what that would mean, right? I would probably no longer create content on my YouTube or Twitch channel in the capacity of Monsters and Memories. I would maybe go play a Drooling Online Adventures, or I would go do something else on those channels if I wanted to maintain my channels. But I would continue playing Monsters and Memories in a capacity along with the development of the game. So I would completely change everything that I did. Would I want to do that? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. It would be more lucrative for me because I don't make any money doing what I do now. I make very little, I should say. I make a little bit. I can't lie. A good ratio slow weapon is better for a Shatter Strike than a good ratio fast weapon. I believe, I believe ratio is what dictates your weapon damage. So, for example, here on Frenzy, it says weapon damage plus 1 to 25. I believe the ratio is what really affects. It doesn't say weapon ratio, it says weapon damage. But I'm pretty sure it's ratio. Now, you could double check that. Go to check, like, ambush on a rogue. What does that say? Because I'm like 99% sure that ambush on a rogue damage is based on the ratio of the weapon, not the damage of the weapon. Very easy to test, by the way. Extremely easy to test. Get a weapon that has a terrible ratio, but very high damage, and then get another weapon that has a very good ratio, but maybe low damage, and just see how much damage you do. Like the Det Carver, for example, is a 0.33 ratio, but it's only got 7 damage on it. And then go find a two-handed weapon that also has a 0.33 ratio, but has like 20 damage on it, right? And then see if the damage is different. And you should easily be able to tell if it's ratio or damage. Is streaming your full-time job or just a hobby? Kind of both, Neek. When I need extra money right now, I do Lyft and Uber driving, rideshare driving. So I'll do that on a weekend when I, need extra money and they have like good deals or whatever, good, what do they call it, challenges. But I'm really trying to make content creation specifically for Monsters and Memories my full-time thing. So not just streaming though. I do YouTube and Twitch. Zilla confirmed that weapon skills that deal weapon damage are normalized against delay. So there you go. Weapon damage is damage delay ratio. So better ratio, more damage. I've been watching a lot of your videos. Keep them coming. I'm going to try. If you guys keep watching them, or if you all, I should say, keep watching them, you know, keep coming into this channel, watching my Twitch stuff, you know, I'll be able to make that work. I will by no means be rich, but I'll make it work. Like, I'm not going to end up being a Co-Carnage or anything. Or Dr. Disrespect, you know, making $100,000 a stream. Some of those content creators make a lot of money, man. It's crazy. And then other ones make zero. I think the only reason you care about slow versus fast delays is dual wielding fast weapons against anything with damage shield is just killing yourself. That is a reason, yes. Supposedly, like proc chance, it's supposed to be normalized, like a PPM, so procs per minute. But I feel like it's a little bit of RNG as well in there. So faster weapons with procs are a little bit better than slower weapons with procs. But yeah, the damage shield is definitely a big one. If you have super fast weapons, like if I'm dual wielding on a fighter at level 55 plus with very fast weapons, let's say like a sub 30 delay, like 25, 20 delay, you know, something around there, I'm potentially hitting 6 times a round. That's 6 times every 2 seconds. And I'm just like, bah, 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 you know, just going crazy. That's a lot of damage that I'm taking from damage shield. So it's very bad. You don't want that. If you go up against a damage shield mob, you kind of want to go two-handed weapon, if you can. Weapon speed matters to Spellblade. The flat damage modifications of their infusion scales better with faster weapons. Yeah, that's what I'm saying with the procs, right? So the infusions are basically procs. They are supposed to be PPM, but faster weapons are going to proc maybe one additional time per minute, and that one additional proc is worth it. You know, just as an RNG factor. No wigs and sunglasses. I will not be using wigs and sunglasses. Unfortunately, you know, I can't afford a wig nor sunglasses. Actually, I do have a good pair of sunglasses. I got my Twitch sunglasses somewhere. I think they're up on the counter behind me. But yeah, I've got Twitch sunglasses that I got from TwitchCon 2019 or 2018, whenever I went to TwitchCon. And I love those sunglasses. Absolutely love them, but they broke. One of the things broke, and I have to get a fix for it. Good afternoon. I disagree with whatever you're saying right now. You don't like my sunglasses, Milos? What is wrong with you? Wow, sir. My goodness. You were around when I went to TwitchCon back then, and I got my sunglasses and my jersey, sunglasses and TwitchCon jersey. Oh, geez. This might be 2. Might be 2. I don't know. Yeah, it's going to be 2 for sure. One spawned on me on the way back. You know what? No, I don't. Well, you know, that's rude. It's rude to not like my sunglasses. Anyway, I'm very opinionated, though. I get it. Not everyone agrees with my opinions, and that's okay. I appreciate your opinions too. I appreciate all opinions. That's probably a reason, though, that I probably wouldn't end up being a good community manager. Oh, shoot. God dang it. I tried to break it in time. Very poor timing on that. With that, I'll challenge that. I'm not sure you really appreciate all opinions. No, I appreciate the opinion. I just may disagree with it. Without everyone else's bad opinions, my great ones wouldn't be fully appreciated. That's true, too. Yeah. People have some really bad opinions on this game. Some people have some really bad opinions. I'll never forgive you guys for waking the sleeper on blue if you're the same rampage. It is the same rampage. I wasn't there. I didn't meet up with these guys until Pantheon. But it is the same rampage, yeah. Is there info about housing? How really does it work? I mean, how potential customer finds stuff? Like visit randomly each vendor, search around items. So, there's a couple things for housing. Housing right now doesn't do much of anything. But in the future, it will have some effects. What you're talking about sounds like the vendor, like being able to sell things out of your house. You cannot directly sell things out of your house in this game. What you can do is you can put items into like a bin, and then people can go up to that bin and they can sort through your items and look at them. Then they can message you directly and say, hey, I want to buy whatever item is in your bin. And then you can meet up with that player and trade the items. Everyone has the right to their own opinion. They don't have the right for me to listen to it if it's bad. That's very true, yeah. I did ask Sean yesterday if housing would have gameplay effects. He said yes, but that those effects will also be obtainable in other ways. Yeah. That was your question. I remember hearing the question. I put that in my video, actually. Right now, housing has two effects. Well, it's got several effects. Two effects that are going to affect the gameplay of your character is potentially, they have, like these, neither of these effects are in, but they are potential effects for the future, are going to be larger rested bonus. So like right now I have 20 minutes on my rested up here in the top right corner. And that gives you a 15% XP bonus. You could potentially get rested in your house. That might be a longer bonus, but it's still going to be 15%. So having a campfire at your camp, having that 15% bonus, cool. But you might be able to go into your house and get like an hour-long buff so that you don't have to have a campfire at your camp. That's going to be how one of those things works. So you don't have to own a house to still get the same exact effect. More like quality of life thing. Another one is if you have... yeah, we can do something. Another thing that... If you have a house, you can display items for your store so people can kind of search through those and look at those without you having to link them to them and talk to them about it, and all that kind of stuff. They can just come up to your store and look at items within your cases, right? Makes it a little bit easier, more like quality of life, but you can still sell and trade and all that kind of stuff without owning a house. Really hope housing gets big with all the open real estate in Night Harbor. It would be so cool to see all of them filled with... yeah, I agree, Sneeze. I think so too. You want to do this last one and then run down? All right, I'll probably take a quick break after that then. Okay. But yeah, I hope that we get it too. There's a lot of empty space. We were kind of talking about that earlier in the stream. There's a lot of empty space in like places like Night Harbor that are just not filled in, and that's because players haven't bought the houses yet to fill in those spaces. So once that some of that stuff gets filled in, you have players that are running through the housing districts, going into their houses, all that kind of stuff. I really hope it kind of makes it more of a city feel. It'd be really cool. All right, I'm going to run down to town quickly, and then I'm going to take a quick break, and I think we're going to go to a new location and do new fun stuff. If I have to buy a house, it's going to be one of those rundown pieces of trash with busted walls everywhere. I hope what they can do is, like, that'd be cool if you could buy a house that is run down, and then you could change, like, the plaster on the walls or, you know, that kind of stuff. That'd be really neat. I would love to see that. But I don't know they're going to be doing that. I think it's just going to be placing furniture. Yeah, don't get used to it. Oh, I'm already starting to appear. That's okay. I'll still make it down. Oh my gosh. What are you doing with the lighting? I apologize, guys. That'll go away. Holy moly, that was awful. All right. So, for example, I need iron bars, and I'm basically going to player boxes and click all those to find those. No. If you need iron bars, I would just shout, you know, buying iron bars, right? That's what I would do with that. And then somebody would be like selling iron bars, and you would meet up with that player and exchange whatever it is that you agree on. What the display cases are going to be for, or what they're going to be really good for, is let's say that I'm selling this Eclipse Cleaver. I could actually put that Eclipse Cleaver into a display case, and then people could just go through. I could have like a weapons display case, and they could go up to that display case and go through the weapons, hover them over them, or highlight them, you know, look at them, see the stats. Then the person selling it doesn't have to link every single one of those items to every single player. They just say, hey, I've got 20 weapons in my weapons display case. And then they just kind of look at them that way. Hi. I was about to come down in just a second and check on you. Hang on one second, guys. All right, sorry. Is there housing plan for cities outside of Night Harbor? There's already housing in the game outside of Night Harbor. It's already there. But there will be more housing as well. Don't want a house on the bad side of town in Night Harbor. What's the warrior play style like? Like EQ? It's like EQ, but you actually have abilities. So on my right-hand side of the screen over here, all the way on the far right, you can see the abilities. So like EQ warrior was taunt and kick, and that was it. Turn on auto attack, taunt, kick, done. Now you actually have these other abilities over here. Your thoughts on gameplay at higher levels? I've only done playtests to 20-ish. Felt like the game is easier than classic WoW or EQ. Are you going to tune things? Yes, they are going to be tuning things. They are going to make the game more difficult. They're supposed to be increasing the TTK, adding in new monster types, all of that kind of stuff. All of that is happening right now, in fact, just slowly. But that is currently happening, yes. All right, I'm going to sit right here next to the Stable Master because the Stable Master is really strong and will protect me. 2 days, haven't played, feels like it's a month? Yeah. You haven't played you haven't played in 2 days and it feels like a month? Is that what you're saying? I get it. All right, we doing stuff then? All right, I'll invite people and then I'll be right back. All right, I don't know who's not there. I invited Kaz and Stein. Here, where are you going? Oh, I guess we're running over there now. All right, yeah, I'll go down here and do auto run to Night Harbor through Fallen Pass. Then I will take my... Huh? Oh, perfect. Yeah, I'm just going to auto run straight to town. I'll get up and get my drink and bathroom and all that while I'm auto running. Yeah. Who are you grouped with? Okay, yeah, we can do that. Just make sure you invite Ashira as well. You have a question? Can you have a key, please? I don't have any keys. Sorry. I'm sorry. All right, we're going to auto run right there. That looks like it's good. Hopefully I don't die. I'll be back in just a minute, guys. Okay, dokey, I'm back. All right, I'm back. I'm in town. I got a piece of chocolate. Nah, I'm excited. Did I hit the wall or something? DM tip? Okay, let's go over here. Convert coins. All right. You guys there? Okay, I'm leaving town now. I'm heading that way. Which side are we meeting on the fort? They runs to both sides, but do you want to meet and go across the bridge? The back entrance? Or do we not want to go in the back entrance? Yeah, that's the fastest way inside and probably the safest way inside, but I don't know if we want to go that way. You know, DM tip, that's a good question. I would say as many as you want, but like I do them all. I've literally done all of them, but I don't keep a lot of stuff for all of them. All right, we're going to go to a new place. I'm going to fix this window. Let's see. We're going to do... Why is this window... What the heck is going on here? This window didn't scale right. Like I scaled it? I guess that's about the right size. I don't know. Anyway, doesn't matter. Is this dev stream? Yeah, you're watching me develop my skills at complaining about video games. So yes, it is a dev stream. Not a Monsters and Memories dev stream though. Just sit back down. Where are we off to? We're going to a new camp spot. We're going to be camping spiders and dryads. Oh my. Spiders and dry... Wait, not spiders and dryads. Spiders and... What do they call them? Yeah, aren't they dryads? No, the dryads... Oh my gosh. What are the spiders, the people that turn into spiders? Are they dryads? I think they're dryads. Right? Just make... Driders, that's what it is. Yes, driders. Or striders, yes. Spiders and driders. That's what we're doing. Oh, hang on a second. I think my son's calling me. Give me 1 second. All right, sorry about that. My son was calling, and he normally doesn't call this time of day. He was calling because he got into the all-county band. He tried out for it over the weekend, and he got accepted in. So, super awesome. Very proud of him for that. He just started band this year. This kid's nonstop winning recently. I mean, he's doing great. Very proud of him. Very, very proud of him. But yeah, he started a band. He's doing percussion. He plays, the xylophone, and he does literally everything that you use mallets or drumsticks or whatever for. They do it all. And he tried out for it and got in. So we have on April 16th, I think they said, we're going into, or he's going to do a concert and stuff. So awesome job there. Super happy. Proud dad moments. Yes, killing it. All right, I'm almost there. I'm in Glass Flats, running that way now. Always impressed with musical talent. That ain't me. I mean, I was always okay with it, but I just never really enjoyed it. It was weird. Like I can keep a beat, I can do that. But I don't know. I just never really got into band and really enjoyed it. But I'm glad that he is enjoying it. He's having a lot of fun with it. That's kind of his thing, He's not into sports and that side of things. He wants to go band, and he likes arts, and he likes science, and so we're kind of encouraging that. So very, very good for him. Gratz Criddle Jr., yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We did. Oh, by the way, Asterion, we did get him the Pokemon Pokopia game. We played that a good bit over last weekend. You were asking about that because, I don't know, I guess the timeline got a little wonky. But I played that, yeah. We played that over the weekend. We had a lot of fun with it. I literally just asked him on the phone if he played it anymore yesterday or today. He's not playing it today because he's got band practice, or he's got percussion practice today after school, which is what he's going to now. But we played it Saturday and Sunday over the weekend a good bit. Like, he played it all day on Saturday, literally all day. So we had a lot of fun there. Super fun game. Modern day Renaissance man? Yeah, absolutely. More power to him. He wants to be a veterinarian or something along those lines. What he specifically wants to do when he gets older as a career is he wants to work at like an aquarium or a zoo or something with penguins. Specifically, he wants to work with penguins. So we're trying to lead him in that direction, but of course he can't really start doing a lot of that now. Glad to hear you guys are enjoying. Yeah, we're having a blast with it. Absolutely having a blast. So I'm going to have them all next week for spring break. We're going to be going out of town for spring break, but all next week we're going to be playing that a bunch is my guess. So I can't wait. We were going to stream it over the weekend, but he didn't want to stream it. He wanted to play it on the big TV downstairs. Are we going to kill that Fenrix since it's up? Or did you guys already kill it? Why does it know? I don't know if it has anything for anybody. It's the same spawn, though. That would be great. I'm going to have to pay one. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That's a bummer, man. Yeah, I've had to put a few animals down over time, and it's never fun. It's always very sad. I look at my animals as members of the family. They're like kids to me, or brothers, or whatever, siblings. Where are you guys at? Are y'all on the bridge? Where at? Where we used to pull? All right, I'm almost there. But yeah, if he wants to be a vet, I'm all for it. Like, I'm whatever he wants to do. I will encourage my kids to always. Well, I only have one kid, but my girlfriend's kid as well. I'll encourage them to be whatever they want to be, and I'll do everything I can to help make that happen. Alright, I'm here. I think Holy's got some pretty good gear. He's been camping good stuff. Surgery foot guards. Is that what I have? Yeah. He's got some okay stuff. This is his best piece right here, though. That chest piece is really good. He's talking in chat and guild chat right now. I don't know why. We got to go up. We don't go up here. We got to go around the corner, right?
Yeah.
Is a helm visibility toggle option? Yes, there is a helm visibility toggle option. Or just / show helm, I think. Let me see. / show helm? I don't know. It's like I think there is a toggle, yes. Do we still need things from this cultist over there? Okay. Oh, there it goes. Is there no bonuses been in guild, just like social big party for easy find group play? There's no bonuses right now, but I mean, part of being in a guild is literally the social aspect of it and having access to other people that help each other out. So you want to be in a guild with other people. It's kind of like, you know, you have a group of friends. Like we have a set group that we pretty much do everything together, but then you have a larger guild that if you need, like maybe they have another group that's fighting a different item, you share items with each other, you craft things for each other, that kind of stuff. Kind of all work together. That's up to you. What are the two green squares above your bottom bar? Oh, those are my stances. So offensive stance and defensive stance. I mean, we won't pull these, so. It's up to you guys if you want to pets or not. I don't care. Yes. What's a small blue line under your XP bar? Also my XP bar. They're both XP bars. So every time the blue bar goes all the way across, it's one yellow. So each blue bar, each blue segment is worth about 4% XP. Well, it's worth exactly 4% XP. It's for when your XP is moving so slow, you wouldn't even see the yellow part move. Yes, that's exactly what it is. XP is moving so slow, the yellow is imperceptible or whatever. What did I do? Somebody else is going to have to pull then. You know how hard it is to do all that. If I'm going to stop pulling, we'll have to wait for you to lull. If it stays split, yeah. Can we get to add a third XP bar when the blue one is too? Yes, that would be nice. Have another sub XP bar for that. While I was playing an open beta test, I only once looked at XP between 7 and 8 SK, more focusing on skills. Yeah, I mean, if you just don't look at it, it definitely goes better. All right, you guys want to start lulling from here? Because the next room is going to have at least 2 or 3. What's your plate on the fighter now? I don't know. 12 days, 22 hours, 12 minutes. Oop, I broke that. Switch your petty, sorry. I missed the run here. What zone is done? This is glass flats, yeah. We're going into a deeper area of glass flats. Where all the undead are that are outside. If you go inside and go really deep in. But we go across this bridge right here. It's just easier. Where did this come from? I don't even know when I got this. Oh, I was like, where did this come from? Okay. What, did they swap pets? What's going on here? I don't think I need any of this silk. Yeah, spot's good. Oh. Alright, that's trivial. I don't need that. Don't need that garbage. Twink on Weaver. This is it. You could put your pet in the next room over if you want, Andy. How's the Necropet swinging as your fighter right now? Curious about late game Necro damage. I mean, if they charm like he's doing right now, it's insanely good. But the Necro Pet itself still does pretty good damage compared to like a fighter. It's about equal to a fighter, give or take a little bit. Like it's about equal. There's a pather that goes there, though. It's not 100% safe. I thought fighter was meant to be equal DPS with melee DPS. No. No. That's a major misconception, Maddie. A lot of people are absolutely wrong when they talk about fighter DPS. That is not the case at all. For some weird reason, though, people keeps talking about fighter DPS as it's supposed to be like really, really, really good. That's gonna get a bunch. Yeah, I see it, but there's a pather. We got 3. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's mess. Fighters who equal other DPS and tank. You probably have fighters. Yeah, exactly. They should never be that high. It's a major misconception. People claim that fighters have crazy DPS. They do not have the crazy DPS that some people say that they do. They do have good DPS for a tank. I will give people that. They definitely have good DPS for a tank. The Discord is crazy, but people crying about the DPS fighters can do. It's annoying. Yeah, it's very annoying and it's wrong. You heard fighters 25% more than all other tanks. Yeah, that's the problem, right? That's the problem. There's people out there that say that do not know what they're talking about. Something tells me people are pugging with less than amazing DPS players. That might be it too. That could be it. SK with like a word. Shadow Knights are pretty good DPS. They're actually very good DPS. There was a period of time before beta where fighters were on par with like Monk, but that was months ago. Fighters were better than Monk. They've been better than Monk for a while. They still are better than Monk. Monks are not very good DPS right now. They need to be upped. I think the majority of people on Discord talking about balance never got past level 15. That is also true. That's something that we talk about in our group a lot, is that people are like, oh no, this class feels great. And it's like, you're level 20. Like, okay, up to level 20, even level 30, maybe even level 40, the class feels pretty good. The problem is, it doesn't feel so great after that. This Blood Mistress is the Dryad. PH? It does. My fighter that I made below 10 was literally one-shotting mobs. Yeah? Like, using what, a two-handed weapon or what? Do they need level up Rend when you level, or does the skill upgrade with you? Well, the skill kind of upgrades with you. So Rend is based on this right here. Weapon damage plus 1 to 30 based on your level. So it's just 125% of your weapon damage. Ink 2. Spiderling is one of them. I'm on the Spiderling first. Do fighters need to ever upgrade skills of in class or buy one at a time? No, they don't. They just get their one skill and that's it. But they talked about doing tiered skills or something along those lines. We'll have to see what they do. There's changes coming soon. Top DPS class? Yeah, right now it would be Archer, Beastmaster, Elementalist. Are probably 3 of the best. But I got annoyed with using charge or armor break, and it wouldn't start auto attack when you use Ren. I wish these skills put you in auto attack. Yeah, some skills do, some skills don't. Just make. I would put it into your macro. If you have a macro, you know when you create them, slash auto attack on. I mean, you could also hit Q if you wanted to do it that way. Okay, I will get it. I will get it. I want to check these rooms down here and see how far of a pull it would be. Yeah, we'll see. Oh, so we'll do these. If I need to pull extra, I can go to those far rooms. Yeah, slash auto attack on. I think it's auto attack might be one word. I think it's one word. Yes. Yes, they hit pretty hard. That one hit me for 113. Able to add skills to a macro for one button, or do they not allow that? Yeah, you can have up to 5 skills in a macro. So here, I'll show you mine. Like, this is my macro, so I hit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But I could take out, like, kick, for example, which would be cast number 5, and just put auto attack on. Ink 1, Archer. Ugh. Get my chair to scoot. Do you know if we can use macros, like use item? You cannot do that, no. They don't have any type of stuff like that. You can cast spells and you can use any of the commands, like slash sit, all that kind of stuff. Will they do something like this because I found having to add harvesting? Oh, yeah. There's a whole thread on the Discord about that. Like a 2-handed axe for wood, you could storyboard. I mean, I don't understand why I can't use like a big axe that I'm using as a melee weapon and turn it into a wood chopping axe. I mean, I know they're technically different, but or like there's sickles in the game. There's literally sickles that are weapons in the game. Why can't I use that as a harvesting tool as well? That's what I was saying. Like I don't mind doing that, but lolling is going to be a pain in the butt if I'm pulling. And you got to constantly like coordinate that. Break. Or add just a slot for harvesting items. Yeah, there's a lot of ways they could do it. I don't know. Should they do it? Couldn't tell you. Will they do it? Maybe. We will see. Be a great effect for certain weapon types. Yeah, I think so. Like if you're using an axe, allow it to chop wood. What did I do tomorrow? Oh, nah, they're too high for this area. Ink, we'll high 'em. Fear. Feared the pet. Andy's pet, I think. Oh. There's a roamer that comes down there, I think. Well, I don't know if it comes all the way to you. I'll just focus on fear on this guy going forward. I'll just interrupt all this. Just like to see a tool slot, auto swap. Yeah, that'd be nice. We'll see if they do it. Any take on how Paladin and Inquisitor are performing? I haven't much info, especially Inquisitor. They're okay. But I don't know. People are gonna... I don't know. I don't know how to explain it really. I think they're in a decent place. The Paladin is going to be lowest DPS of all the tanks, but they're going to have the effective health pool. So they're going to have their Lay on Hands, their Ancient Guardian, a lot of heals, more buffs. They've got stun. So they've got a lot of things that they can do. Inquisitor has the second DPS, second least. And they have a lot of they have mez, they have haste abilities, a lot of good buffs. They're good. Like both of those classes are good. But some people would say that they're not as good as other classes simply because they don't have the same DPS. Which, yeah, DPS matters, but they have decent DPS. It's just not as good as a Shadow Knight or a fighter. Yeah, Shadow Knight they can use their healing to gain threat. They can use stuns to gain threat. So their threat's actually really good. People think that the Paladin's threat is terrible, but part of it's because they're not playing the class properly. You know, I think a lot of the game is you're not playing your class properly. So you think it's bad because you are bad. And I know that sounds really mean, but in some cases that's 100% what's happening. Is the class is bad because the player is bad. Paladin is more or less EQ1 P99 style plus Guardians. More or less, yeah. Well, they're going to be buffing the common items. Inquisitor in concept is cool, but I don't know if I can commit to never solo playstyle. If you want to play a tank, the only solo tank in the game is going to be Shadow Knight. That's it. Every other tank is going to be... You really need to be in a group. Yeah, exactly. The Shadow Knight flexibility is really nice with that. You can fix that. They just changed the pathing to it. I don't remember exactly how to fix it. They just changed where it goes, though. The path that it saves. What are you talking about? Is that a third named? I was understand SK using skeleton just for a shield and not using two other pets because useless. At least never saw the third pet. Shadow Knights only have one pet. What 3 pets are you talking about? Ink. We got 3. Well, Spiderling. I'm on the spider. Cypher. I work nights, so I've been playing Beastmaster because of solo capability. Yeah, it's good. They can choose from 3. Oh, you're talking about the skeleton pet versus the zombie pet or ghoul pet? Is that what you mean? Yeah. You have to factor in the pet damage though to the Shadow Knight. It's part of their damage, so you definitely have to factor that in because those pets actually do decent damage. You cannot have all three at the same time. No, the ghoul pet, zombie pet, and the skeleton pet. You can have one of each. Or sorry, you can have one of them up, but only one, and that's it. Love my monk now. I had to try and fill the void beta test left inside me. Oh no. What did you do for your non-combat? I chose Master Artisan and Blacksmith. I chose Master Artisan and Enchanting. I would say for your Miner, Enchanting or Alchemy are probably your top two choices. If you want to level them. But if you're not going to be doing any type of trade skills, it doesn't matter. Like, it literally doesn't matter. Is fishing going to be useful that we know of? Eventually, if you want to go like cooking, fishing will be useful. What did you do for major, minor combat? Minor combat, I took shield, just so I started the game with shield. But again, it literally doesn't matter for a fighter. It makes zero difference because everything is going to be pretty easily leveled up. 3. And then major, I chose Fortitude. I wouldn't necessarily say Fortitude's the best option, but I chose it for the beta test to try it out, see how it would work. Magic Resist is probably your best option for a tank overall, but Agility could be very good for certain reasons. Fortitude's good for certain reasons. Strength could be good for certain reasons, so it just depends. I feel like you're going to end up, though, strength, you're going to end up capping out before the other ones. So if you go strength, it's probably going to end up not being worth it in the end because you're probably going to be able to cap strength or get really close to cap. Whereas the other ones you may not be able to cap. Magic Resist is the only choice for major combat. I mean, it depends on your class that you're playing. But yeah, I mean, it's the only good choice for like everyone, right? Corruption resist for fears. If corruption actually removes fear, there's debate, and I think it depends on who's casting the corruption. I think sometimes it's magic, sometimes it's corruption based. So I don't know. What strength cap? We don't know what strength. We don't know what any of the stat caps are. We assume that they are 255, but they have not released that information, so we don't really know. I'm pretty sure they were 255 at one point, but we don't know. And they won't give us that information for whatever reason. They don't want to tell us for sure that there will be stat caps. The heck? Why? Shoot an arrow. Am I lagging? You lagging? We all lagging? Okay. I don't know if I'm lagging. I can't tell. Like, nothing's happening. Are you sure he's up? I don't see him. I can't see anything. Nothing's happening on my screen. I literally can't see anything. Nothing's happening. Yeah, I did a reload. Things are moving slowly. I don't know what's going on. This is weird. I'll be back in a second. Literally nothing was happening. I don't understand. Yeah, I'm good. I'm taking damage. That was rude. Fighter does more than Monk and Spellblade, but less than Beastmaster, Ranger, Rogue. That would put it in the middle of melee DPS. It's not supposed to. Right now, a fighter does good damage, but that's because... oh, it's the same gloves and stuff. I don't even know why I clicked that. Oh my god. Yeah, Rogue DPS is low right now. It's lower than it's supposed to be. Monk DPS is lower than it should be. I would say that the fighter damage is not worse than the Spellblade. Or not better than the Spellblade. Spellblade is definitely better. 100% better. Monks are mad DPS, then you have not been playing the right other classes. Monk DPS is not that great. You've been with the wrong monks? No. I promise you, Monk DPS is not that great. This is coming from 2 level 60 monks from the alpha for a very long time with some of the best gear in the game. Monk DPS is lower than it should be. Around level 30-ish, they're good. Based on what? Compared to what? Rogue, Spellblade, Ranger, Archer. They're about equal to Rogues, which are broken and not good right now. Spellblade, yes, I would say that at low level, Spellblades are not great. They get better as they get higher level when they get better gear. And they are going to be astronomically better than a monk right now. Ranger is not supposed to be high DPS because it's got a lot of utility. It can off-tank, it can heal, it can do a lot of things. So it's not supposed to be super high DPS. And Archer, you're playing with really bad archers. An archer is going to blow a monk out of the water. Another instance of not knowing the direction they want to take. Well, that's exactly it, right? Like, a lot of people don't understand what each class is supposed to do. And it's very confusing to a lot of players. Monk is basically a fighter DPS and an evasion tank. And with Niche World's Cult, so the design was supposed to be... no. Monk is supposed to be a DPS with some utility for pulling. But it's ultimately a DPS class with the ability to off-tank and a lot of utility for pulling. So that's a monk. That's what it's supposed to be in this game. But it currently is a subpar DPS with utility for pulling. But it can off-tank temporarily, which is it's fine. Like, its off-tanking capabilities are fine. It's just its DPS is low, or it needs to have more utility. One of those two things needs to happen with the monk. But I would say it's kind of on par with Ranger DPS right now. But Ranger has more utility and the ability to heal. So it's just, why would you play a monk when you can play a ranger? The only difference is the feign death. Ranger doesn't have like a feign death ability. Yeah, but this isn't EQ. Don't try. I've been trying to say for months, people need to stop saying, "Oh, well, EQ did this, therefore Monsters and Memories is going to do this." Stop thinking that way. Just stop thinking that way. You can say, you know, there's some similarities, yes, but we got to get away from that. Got to get away from it. It's going to ruin your experience of Monsters and Memories if you keep thinking that. But yes, I agree that Rangers in EverQuest 1 were not that great. They ended up getting okay with some buffs and stuff later on, but yeah, in the beginning they were kind of a terrible class. I've heard Monk is not even the best puller. It is the best puller. Absolutely is the best puller. Yeah. People that tell you anything other than that they don't understand how the class work. They only know, like, oh, well, the class can do this, and they think, great, awesome, that's perfect. But Monk is by far the best puller. There are other classes that have great pulling potential, for sure. I just know it's not EQ. Ranger bashing aren't going away. Oh yeah. Yeah. Picking on the Ranger, you keep doing that as much as you want. One in chat want bubbles, and if you win, you get buddy code. If you win, wait, what? You want to be? Oh, you want to be buddy? Oh, you're trying to get a buddy code from somebody? Yeah. It worked like 26 years ago in my guild, where nobody knew how to play the game. Yeah. Exactly. That's 100% how it works, Maddie. People are continuing to do that today. Well, 26 years ago, this is how it was. Therefore, that's how it is today. And it's like, well, we learned a lot. When they got AAs, they rocked. Yeah, when they got AAs, they were really good. Monk is great puller if you've got a CC'er, but if you train your group repeatedly. A monk? Monk shouldn't train your group at all. Monk can split pull better than anybody else. Because of their feign death. There is a learning curve to it. There's a big learning curve to it. Yeah, it's their better FD is what makes them better at pulling. Like, period. They're the only class that has an FD that doesn't cost mana, doesn't have a cast bar. They can use it as much as they want, whenever they need to. You know, instant. I'm telling you, like, believe me or don't believe me, that's on you. But I promise you, a monk is the best puller in the game. I've yet to play with a monk who's been able to split. Well, it takes a little bit of practice. I will say that. The way that mobs work in this game, the aggro and all that kind of stuff, that's just going to be something that monks are going to have to learn. Like, that's, again, goes down to just because a player says a class is bad, maybe it's the player that is bad at it, right? It's very, very possible that it's just a bad player that doesn't understand their abilities. Monk pulling has gotten much better, but it took nerfing LOL and SK Grip, not pulling ads with it, making them better. Well, if LOL was unresistible, which at one point it was, if SK Grip didn't give social aggro, which at one point it didn't, you know, like, those things were all bugged or changed for some weird reason. But things working the way that they currently work, monk is the best puller. SKs have the advantage of snare split. Sadly, snares don't last that long. They last for 30 seconds, but yeah, SK has an advantage of that. But SK still also has to use mana and a cast time to, I mean, it's a short cast time and a small amount of mana, but they still have mana and a cast time to use Feign Death. They can't just use it whenever they want. Instant cast. Like, there's a lot of line of sight tricks that you can do in this game. There's just a lot of things that you can do in this game that you got to learn. Just like in EverQuest, monks pulling in EverQuest, there were tricks and things that you got to learn. Using line of sight to your advantage and all that kind of stuff. It's just a big learning curve. That's all it is. So I got to pay attention to this guy so he doesn't fear. If he fears, it can be bad. Is LOL single target only? No. Well, so there are multiple different types of LOLs. There is single target LOL that you can cast on many things. That's Placate. You can cast it on as many things as you want, I think, but you can definitely cast it on multiple enemies. Then there's a Unity spell or an AoE LOL that will hit multiple targets in an area. Works the exact same way as Placate, but it hits multiple targets. Then there is Unification, which is a single target unresistible LOL for one target. So there's multiple different types of LOLs in the game. So it depends on which one you're using. I guess it used to break the aggro radius chain when a room is full to a mob, but not necessarily solo mobs, single pulls. Mistress Inc. Yep.
Yeah.
Should Elementals be doing more damage than Wizards? Right now they do, because they have a pet and basically the same spells as Wizards. But no, I don't believe that it should. I believe that elementalists need to have pretty much that entire class needs to be revamped. So I'm hoping it is one of the classes that gets a very big revamp with this new class changes that they're adding in or doing right now. Has life been lifing? What's up? Hey, what's going on, Barbarian? How you doing, bud? If you want to get the unresistible lull, you have to give up the utility. If you want more utility, you have to stack charisma. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The lull, that's why I say that monks are the best pullers, right? I kind of explain it real quickly in the best way that I can to make it very simple. But monks are the best pullers because they have an instant feign death. There's no mana cost to it. So those basically is those two reasons. And then also, if you have like a lull pull, have like a druid or an enchanter or something like that go and pull the mob. If they get a lull on their very first one, a lull resist on their very first cast, they're pulling the whole room. And what are they going to do about it? Nothing. They're going to die. Or they're going to pull them all to the party and everybody's going to die. That's the problem with it. So that one critical resist can be terrible. But people think, oh, bards they're the best pullers because they have lull. Yeah, but they have no way to dump their aggro. Like zero. They cannot dump their aggro. Completely dump it. Like they can lower it, but they can't completely dump it. Yeah, shoulders. Crappy shoulders. I mean, I could disenchant this stuff if you guys want, if we're not doing anything with it, but... let's see. Did they say they're going to do a big update on classes? Yes, they did, Styrian. Yeah, it was posted yesterday by Jahar on the Discord. Eating ribs and digging the Monster Memory music? Nice. Why would you want to revamp Elementals to not Wizard? Elementals feels good. Wizard is not the one that feels bad. Because the Elementalist is basically a wizard with a pet. It literally is just a class. They can pet attack and then cast wizard nukes. That's all they do. They need to add in more abilities. Like give the Elementalist more abilities, like the synergies between their pet and themselves. Give them all they're Elementalists. They don't just have fire nukes, right? Like that's just silly. Why do they not have an earth nuke or a water nuke or whatever? Like give them different types of nukes. So yeah, that's why I think they need to revamp the Elementalist. The Wizard, they don't need to revamp. They are doing a lot of revamping to the Wizard that is unnecessary and honestly not making the class better. The Wizard, in my opinion, should have the big nukes. They cast a fire spell. It does a ton of damage. Cool. Perfect. That's exactly what it should be. They just need to have more or better ways to recover mana so that they can continue to nuke. So it doesn't really need a revamp. It just needs to be kind of some tweaks to their mana regen. Or add in mana regen items that players get at lower levels rather than having those exclusive to level 50 plus content. Actually have a lower level flowing thought items, that kind of stuff. So like you and Esar should make a monk pulling tutorial. I probably will. Who ran into the other room and pulled a Weaver? Good job, Cat. I will, yeah, but well, we've got mobs here that we got to kill. It'd be cool. They had Dungeons and Dragons where you can change the elements in different ways. Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm talking about. Like, you know, give the elementalists different abilities outside of just wizard nukes. The reason the elementalist feels good is because they have the exact same. And the reason the elementalist feels good and the wizard feels bad is because the elementalist has literally the exact same nukes as the wizard. They use the exact same spells. But the elementalist also has a pet. So now wizard feels bad because of that. Instead, they should take those spells away from the elementalist. Now, all of a sudden, wizard might feel okay because it has the best nukes in the game. And then change the elementalist how it should work, right? Thank you so much for the bits, Barbarian. I appreciate it, bud. Where do they post this in Discord? I'd like to read it. It is in the game feedback section. Discord, game feedback. Or M&M game feedback, whatever. Did I take that? Cast a fire dot, then a gust of air, push back stun to increase the flames. Yeah, so they have some abilities like that with the elementalist, but they're very lackluster. So they have like gusts of flames or whatever it's called, and it can blind the target or knock them back or those types of, like, I think there's like a temporary snare, those kinds of abilities. I think they need to do more of that. That's at least my take on it. They really need to do more of that with the elementalist. Make it a fun class. Let's see. I know historically the EQ wizards were big nukers, but they could deviate from that class fantasy. In D&D, it's more about control and utility. Nukes are there. Yeah, and I don't know. Maybe they'll do that with wizards in this. Maybe they'll completely revamp wizards and make them more, have a lot more other things. So it could be a possibility. Wizards can teleport. That's true. Wizards can teleport. And that accounts for something, for sure. So nerf a class, and it's now the other class suite. Feel good. Horrible design. So nerf a class, and now this other class feel weak. Oh, nerf the. Oh, so you're saying nerf the other class, so the other class feels weak? No. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. The only reason the elementalist feels good is because it has literally everything a wizard has and a pet. So, of course it's going to feel good. It's very strong. Like, it has wizard abilities and a pet. So, they need to change the elementalist. It doesn't need the wizard abilities. It needs its own set of abilities. The wizard then needs to be looked at to increase its effectiveness in a group, but it doesn't necessarily need a full overhaul to make it better. It just needs to have its effectiveness in a group better. Because the wizard spells are already good, as we can see from Elementalist. So we already know those spells are decent. So it's not about nerfing a class to make another class feel good, although that does help too. Like, sometimes you need to nerf classes because they're just too good. If we always are buffing classes, then we have to keep buffing literally everything, right? You got to buff all the monsters. If this class is too strong, buff every other class in the game to equal that class. Now we got to buff every other monster in the game when we could have just nerfed one class. So it's going to take a little bit of buffing, a little bit of nerfing on both sides. Are they playing on a second class progression, fighter into guardian or berserker? I don't think so, no. Some of the nuke ability and more utility with combos of spells to make classes unique. Yeah, exactly. It's not really a nerf to the class. It's just like change the way that it functions. Because right now, a wizard just casts a nuke. Okay, that's the wizard functionality. An elementalist also just cast a nuke. Like, change the functionality to make the wizard or the elementalist fun. They can give it other spells that still effectively give it the same damage. It's not nerfing the class, it's just changing how the class functions so that it's not just a wizard with a pet. I think the most difficult situation is going to be balancing Charm because it will anger a bunch of folks. Let it anger people. Charm is very much too strong at the moment. Like way, way, way too strong. As we are currently using 2 charmed pets in this group. It's too strong. It's too good. People are going to get mad no matter what. They're really going to get mad no matter what. It doesn't matter what you do. They're going to be annoyed and they're going to complain on one side or the other. If you don't nerf Charm, people like me are going to say that Charm is too strong. And if you do nerf Charm, people that like Charm the way it is are going to say that now it's too weak. You're literally going to disappoint somebody. So. You just play, you're not going to complain either side? I don't want to complain about it. People say that I complain. That's fine. You know, that's their choice. They can say that if they want to. But I don't consider myself complaining about things. I like to have things be balanced, like, and feel good. Why put Class A into your group over Class B? You know, you want to play a rogue? I want you to be able to play a rogue and be wanted in groups. That's what I'm trying to go with. That's what I'm trying to encourage. And right now, there's almost no reason to put a rogue in your group. Almost none. They need a way more charisma counts without hitting the RNG casino. Yeah, I don't like that either. Like, what I think they should do with Charm is they can make it the duration, not like increase the duration based on charisma. That's one way they could go with it. You know, is that a best way to go with it? I don't know. Maybe. But how is Necro damage utility compared to Elementalist Wizard? Necromancers are considered a utility class. Their damage is a little bit lower, but that's because TTK is a little bit too high. Or, sorry, TTK is a little bit too low. It's too fast. So, like, the damage on Necromancers isn't great because it just feels, like you can't put one of those 60-second dots and expect it to do full damage. Just can't do it. So, anyway. You got to think of things like, you can't just think of it as the class. You got to look at the whole picture, right? And if you're not looking at the whole picture and you're just like narrowing things down, you know, like if you just look at just Charm or just Necro Dots or just Wizard Nukes or whatever, you're never going to see the whole picture and it's not going to make any sense to you. You have to look at the whole picture of how Class A compares to Class B, compares to Class C, all of that together. Then it starts to make sense. Because the reason that you have to do that is because this game is supposed to be a group game where you play with other players. So you should always want to have a another player in your party, and those players, as other classes, should have abilities that are unique to them. And that's kind of the problem, is there's not a lot of that in the game currently, where you have, like, it doesn't feel unique. Playing a wizard right now does not feel unique because an elementalist has the wizard abilities. So it doesn't feel special, it doesn't feel unique. So that's part of why I say we need to change the elementalist, not necessarily the wizard. Because the wizard would feel unique if the elementalist didn't have the exact same moves. It doesn't quite sound balanced. The game is not balanced right now. It is very, very, very much unbalanced. They did say the focus was trying to make each class contribute better to a group so that hopefully nobody is shunned. Exactly. That's what I would like to see more of, ultra-wide. I think that's the idea. That's what they're trying to go for. I need Sal, please. That's what they're trying to go for. So they just need to work on it. You know, it's just going to take some time. Like, I don't think that anything in the game is just, like, in a bad place, necessarily. I think everything just needs some work. Little TLC. If charm pets, say, do 30, 50% of damage, they take 50% XP. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of options there. Are you in crafted gear or dropped gear? Mostly dropped gear, but my jewelry is crafted. But almost everything else is dropped. I think everything else is dropped. Charm's risk should always have slightly worse than the reward, in my opinion. Groups should never feel comfortable with a charm pet in camp. The risk, charm caster needs to be higher. Yeah, yeah. The risk isn't high enough. The reward is too high. You know, there's a lot of factors with charm right now. But I don't want them to take charm out of the game. A lot of people think that I just want them to remove charm. That's not the case. I don't want charm removed from the game. I think that charm is a staple skill, and it should absolutely stay in the game. It just needs to be balanced a little bit better. Mages might get some pet swarm spells like Beast Sword. Well, again, that wouldn't be a bad thing, right? That could be kind of neat to have that, but then it would take away from the Beast Lord feeling unique and special. Like, oh, the Elementalist now has the same ability that a Beast Lord has, or a Beastmaster, whatever. Like, whoopity-doo, why are they the same? Like, have unique abilities. Each class should feel special and have different play style, you know, and just uniqueness to a group. Tanking with a shield? No. I dual wield tank. It's way better than a shield. For now, anyway. I'd love Wizard to primary focus more arcane damage than elemental. Yeah, that'd be cool too. We got 3 here. I'm on the siphoner. Sorry, I got a little distracted there. Yeah, I think that, like, wizard pets should do arcane damage or magic damage, maybe. And then have the elementalist have the fire, earth. Well, the earth pet, or the earth damage will probably just be physical damage. But have, like, fire damage, cold damage, you know, that kind of stuff. I think that would be a good idea. The Beast Lords will always be unique because rats. Well, yeah. That's just a cosmetic, though. Like, would you like it if you played a Necromancer and your Necromancer, the only difference between a Necromancer and an Elementalist was the type of pet that you used? Like a skeleton versus an air, or like a fire pet or whatever? And that was literally the only difference? I wouldn't like that. I'd be like, why am I the exact same class? But, you know, I'm not playing those classes. Right now, Beastmaster is in a very good spot. Very, very good spot. It's a very, very strong class. But that's mostly because Beastmaster pets are just ridiculously powerful. Like, crazy good. They're effectively dire charmed pets. So they're like NPCs of whatever level they are. Two here. You need a break? Oh. What if they make enchanters have pets like Beastmaster? I'd love a permanent Drake pet. Yeah. I mean, I'd be okay with it. Like, if they... Let's say they did it this way. They took Charm for enchanters, and they allowed a more of a dire charm, permanent charm type of thing for enchanters. And they... But while the... So you could target whatever mob that was your level or lower, and you could permanently charm it. But while you were charming that pet, you couldn't cast other spells. You could only use whatever abilities that pet had. So you had full control of that pet, but you couldn't cast any other spells. I think that would be okay. And it would be a permanent thing. You wouldn't have to worry about it breaking, but you have full control of that pet. That could be one, that could be one way that they kind of nerf it, but don't really nerf it, Now, that wouldn't be a risk versus reward. That would just be a trade, like a trade-off kind of thing. It would be a opportunity cost, right? I can no longer cast Mez and Haste and Stun, and I can no longer cast all of these other spells while Dire Charm is active. I don't know. I think it would be a pretty cool ability. And people, I think, would use it. But anyway, you can feed your pets special food that increases damage, or does it only Beastmaster spells? I think that you have to feed your beast pet so that it regenerates health and stuff. I'm not 100% sure how the Beastmaster with the food stuff works. I just know you have to feed them. Who said pets are good? Elemental pets are way better. Who said Beastmaster pet? No. Beastmaster pets are much stronger than Elementalist pets. I promise. I promise you. I have seen it with my own eyes. Beastmaster, the tamed pets that they get are the strongest pets in the game. And they don't break like Charm. They're crazy good. Catch you later. Take care, Asterion. Have a good one. Honestly, just stop mana regen while you have a pet. Yeah, Ashira, that could be another thing, Stop mana regen, or have it drain mana slowly, or, something of that effect. That could be another way to do it. You could maybe capture up to 6 of these pets. Storm small arcane orbs. You could. You call it Pokemon. I choose you. When a Beastmaster charms a pet, its stats are reduced to that of normal summon. What level have you played a Beastmaster pet to, Kel? Have you explored the ocean zone on the ship? It looked way bigger than EQ Ocean. It's huge, yeah. You're talking about Shallow Shoals? It's a very, very big zone. Massive. And I've explored it a bunch, yes. Not as much as people in my group, but I've explored it quite a bit. You're scared to get off? I mean, it depends on what your level is. If you're like in your 40s, like level 40 plus, you can get off there and you'll probably be fine walking around for the most part. Just make sure you con things and be careful. You can get off on either of the 2 stops that are in that zone. Get off and walk around, and you'll be fine on the islands that they stop at. If you start going to other islands, it could be a little dangerous. Fighters 28, what's good spot to grind? 28. I would say go down to the beach in Fallen Pass. I think those are level 30. So like 28, 29, 30 mobs that are there. Really good. You played with a 40 Beastmaster and a 40 Elementalist in the same group. Elementalist does more damage because it has an 8-second nuke, damage shield, and also double attack. Okay. Sure, go for it. I mean, I'm not going to argue with you, Kel. But you're not right. But that's okay. If you believe that the Elementalist pet is better, then I'm not going to try to change your mind. I disagree. It's far better. VOZ beetles. Yeah, you could do Veil of Zintar beetles that are around there, around that level. That'll work as well. Yeah, Beastmasters are one of the strongest classes in the game right now. Not to mention Beast Pets level along with you and don't suffer from the level gaps between spell upgrades. That's true as well, yes. There's many reasons why Beastmaster is better, but again, you know, I'm not here to argue with people. I'm just here to give you guys information. That's it. I'll give you the information. Do with it what you will. What would you say are the top 3 DPS classes at the moment? Right now, probably Archer, Elementalist, Beastmaster are probably the top 3. Outside of Charm, anything charmed is best DPS, period. Like, it's just, you charm something and you're topping DPS charts. But outside of that, those other 3 classes are the best. Even if balanced, Beastmaster having martial damage plus pet seems better for group play versus mana-consuming nukes. But that's if the utility and pets are equal. Yeah. I mean, your Beastmaster's going to have some spells. They've also got the extra melee. They can only dual wield. They don't get double attack, so they're not going to be doing a ton melee. But they're like bards, right? Bards only have dual wield, but they don't get double attack. So they're kind of like that in a sense. But yeah, their pets add quite a bit of damage. So they're basically dual wielding plus their pet. It adds a good bit. And they have buffs. Like their haste buff and their slows and then their strength buffs. Like all the shaman buffs. They also have an aura that they put out. So they've got a lot going for them. Did you say earlier goblins would be getting more classes like wizard? I didn't say that earlier, but I put it in a YouTube video earlier today. But yeah, supposedly at some point later on down the road, they're going to be adding in quest lines to allow certain races to be certain classes that are currently not available. So they're going to be adding those in at some point down the road. Like Inquisitors are going to have more races. Goblin Wizard is supposed to be one, according to the devs. But we don't know when that's going to happen. If or when that's going to happen. My spider hitting like 4 or 5 times up to 149. Is that, yeah. Isn't that much damage? You don't think so? You don't think? I don't know. I think it's pretty dang good, Ashira. I think it's pretty good for your pet to be hitting for quad hitting for 149 damage. I'm on the Weaver. Funny that Charm has had years of proof from EQ that is OP. Yeah. It hasn't changed. We'll see what happens. The aura is offensive +5, which is broken, basically an extra player level. Yeah, it's really good. It's not broken, but it's really good. I wouldn't say it's broken by any means. But it is definitely beneficial. That's why I say like the fighter tank is going to be slightly better than the other tanks because they get +5 defense. So at level 60, a fighter defense-wise is considered level 61. And then they also have the additional 5% damage reduction. So a fighter is going to be the best physical damage mitigation tank in the game. But people are like, no, these other tanks are just as good, and they try to argue with me on it. I'm like, no, trust me, they're going to be the best physical damage mitigation tank in the game. It won't be like a crazy amount, but in a raid situation, it will be noticeable. Two. Getting your videos mixed up? You're all good, bud. You're all good. I thank you for watching my my other videos, though. I appreciate it. Helps me out a bunch. I saw a leak Lizardman concept art. Any clues if it's going to have to be a playable race? It's supposed to be a playable race at some point down the road. You're probably going to see Lizardmen come in with Module 2, which is going to be the Swamp module. They're going to be adding in trolls for like the actual playable race, and then a bunch of swamp areas. Lizardmen will probably be part of that. Now, whether we will be able to play Lizardmen or not is a different story. But I expect it at some point, but may not until after 1.0 hits. Who knows? We'll see. RuneSkin needs to be reagent based like in GQ. The fact that it only costs mana really removes a lot of the risk. Yeah. I think that RuneSkin, that's very true. Very, very true. Those RuneSkins, man, they are so strong. Troll fighter, Abyss with regen? Probably not. The reason I went Dwarven fighter is because I get the Stone Form ability, which increases your physical damage mitigation by 10%, and it increases your armor class by 15% for 15 seconds, which is pretty strong for a tank. It's temporary, of course, but it's pretty good. We also don't really know how the troll regen is going to work. Troll regen might not stack with items. It might stack with items, but it also might not stack with items. We have no idea how that troll regen is going to work. But maybe. It's anything's possible. I played open beta, only got level 5. It was pretty fun. Yeah? Glad you had fun, Robbie. I'm having a blast with this game. Absolutely loving it. Those are pretty good. Look at that. 6 strength, 1 stamina, 5 dex. Really good. That's like probably Biss for Spellblade. I mean, compare that to my poopy boots, which are 4 strength, 1 stamina, but 30 HP. still pretty good. Named ink. Oh, wait, were those monk wearable? Ooh, that hurt. That was a big nuke. You better hide. How's it chain casting on you? Are you hiding? Dude, are you not healing me? Loser folks are a race to be playable, but most likely last to be implemented right before 1.0. Yeah, it's going to be a while down the road, most likely. I wouldn't expect him anytime soon. But they know that you suck. Hey, that's your responsibility. Weren't you standing in this corner right here? Well, I was trying to get threat on me because it was just chain casting on you. I don't know why it was chain casting on you when it couldn't see you. No. No. That's not the turn of events there. Yeah, because you didn't heal me. Was it a nuke that hit you that hard from that name? I think so, yeah. It might have been a harm touch. I don't know, but that mob might be it might have been a harm touch. 2 heals is pretty common. No. 2 heals is bad. For XP groups, it's bad. But we didn't coordinate very well, to be honest. So we ended up with multiple healers. We just kind of like, everybody play whatever you want to play. Nobody really cared. Because it was for beta, and we're just like, whatever. Yeah. 2. But no, you don't really need 2 healers for XP groups. It can be nice, though, at times. Like, it definitely makes things a little easier. This camp is not that fun. Part of the issue with this camp too is it's mostly spiders, so you don't get a lot of money. There's some decent items that can drop here though, so hopefully we'll get these items and then we can move on from here. Because I don't really want to be camping this. It's really not that great. What do you mean the camp's not fun? Not enjoying the small room and things that hit for crazy amounts? Yeah, exactly. You know, it's like a little party. It's like a little rave in here. You just don't need all these dang spiders, you know? At least you're able to hold aggro against my pet. Yeah, kinda. Not too bad. I lose it sometimes. Worn Elderwood bow. Let's see. 12 damage. 11 damage. I don't know. Should I get an Elderwood bow? That's the one item that I don't have a new bow. Like, I don't have a statted bow yet. Yeah, tanks need the most gear out of any class in the game, for sure. You got to be able to take hits. You got to be able to dish it out. You need everything, man. Ugh. I hate it, but I love it at the same time. You know, it's a love-hate relationship. Why do you keep walking out of the room, Cass? Like, every time you do, you pull a bomb. Yeah, but we'll probably get the other mob. Nah. Why does it look like a party member is an Ashira? Because we have an Ashira for a party member. You didn't know you could have NPCs? We charmed it from Shaded Dunes and brought it over here. No, Ashira is just a player. Her name is Ashira, and she is an Ashira. I'm stunned. Something. Rooted. Something was going on. I saw you on a previous playtest, but did not exactly realize you were, an Ashira. Yeah, there's an Ashira illusion you can get. It's exclusive to enchanters. You mean an apostate? Just here to spread some positivity. Love this game. Your videos help a ton. I've been watching since early playtest. Looking forward to getting into early access in June. Play with you all. Yeah, absolutely, Griff. Thank you for sharing the positivity. I love hearing it. Appreciate you being here and stopping by and watching the videos, man. Very much appreciated. Ooh, I'm getting kind of tired myself, so I don't know. We'll see how long I stream for. Would like to get, a really cool drop from here. Show you guys some of the rare loot. But so far, we have been unlucky. Nothing good. Oh, man, that hurt. Can you showcase any of the gear you've got since you hit 50? Like maybe your last 3 or 4 drops you used? Curious how things are itemized at that level. I mean, they're not itemized much better than they are at previous levels or other levels. The only good gear right now in the game, honestly, like to be really honest with you, is the rare drop gear. Stuff that literally is rare. But I'll show you a couple of pieces that are really good. Hang on. So one of my best pieces is probably the belt right here. 7 strength, 20% haste. It's a really good piece. This weapon right here is pretty good. And then probably these gloves are another really good piece. This is actually a level 40 item right here. This is a level like 47 item. This is a level 50 plus item. I don't have the best gear necessarily. There's probably other people that have better gear than I do. There's a lot of people that have better gear than I do. People that are lower level than me that have better gear because they went and actually camped some of the lower level content. There's like a level 40 breastplate that's way better than mine. But it comes off a level 40 named. It's just a rare item. So if you can get those rare items, you got to camp things for a very long time sometimes. But if you can get the rare drops off of named, they're very, very good. Cape the heck out of Wormsbane in the open beta. One of those only made level 16. Probably have been 25 if I didn't focus on named over XP. Yeah, so like, I don't know. It's kind of, it's weird. I would recommend focusing on XP first and rare, like named second to try to get that the rare gear. It's nice if you get it, but I wouldn't worry about it too much. It does add up if you have, like all rare items. That gear will definitely add up and it'll make a difference. But like one rare piece, if you're sitting there camping something for like 30 hours and not getting much XP out of it, it's not really worth it to get that one item. You might as well just have continued to XP, you know? So, it really just depends, though. Like, now that I'm level 50 plus, our whole group is 50 plus, we're going to start camping more named. And that's kind of what we're doing now. Every time we do XP groups, we're not trying to find the best XP possible. We're trying to find good XP with named that can have some good loot for us. And then hopefully the idea is to get, you know, some decent gear out of that. The completionist me wanted a full set of Wormsbane plate armor. Yeah, I mean, I get that. It's not worth doing. It's just not worth doing. The FOMO is very tough sometimes, though. I get it. I camped the PGT and EQ for an entire weekend on my wizard, who was way too high for high pass. Yeah. I mean, I've done it too. I've been there. I've camped all sorts of crazy things. XP moves in those item groups. All of 54 plus just gets slower and slower. It does, yeah. Yeah, the whole thing just gets really slow. I would rather at this point get slightly lower XP and a chance for some much better gear, right? That's at level 50 plus, it's worth it. When you're in your teens, 20s, 30s, it's not really worth it. You're better off just XPing as fast as possible and getting through those levels. But yeah, once you get